Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Evelyn Turner Pugh, Mayor Pro Tem and District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Not all of them yet, but we do want to welcome you to the December 10th council meeting. We appreciate you joining us this morning, and we are going to begin this meeting as we begin all of our meetings with the Columbus City Council, and that is by invoking God's presence in our midst. And to that end, I'm going to invite my friend, Reverend Dr. Emmett Anaton from Friendship Baptist Church. Welcome, sir.
Amen. Thank you, Mayor. May we bow our heads in a word of prayer. Our Father God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we come to you in the name of your Son, Jesus the Christ, by the aid of the help of the Holy Spirit, teaching us how to pray as well as what not to pray. We invoke your divine presence upon each of us today, and we have been instructed by your word to pray for the powers that be of this world, and we pray for our national and our state, as well as our local officials, elected and appointed, as well as those who volunteer to be used by you to serve the people in which they are being chosen to serve. We especially pray for our mayor and our city manager and all of the council persons, our attorney and all the lawyers and judges and our policemen and those who are in law enforcement to make our city safe. We pray for the citizenry of this great city. And you told us in your word, what we bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. What we loose on earth shall be loose in heaven. We just bind the spirit of murder, hatred, envy, ill will. And we invoke your love and your mercy. And we thank you, Father, even in this time of year in which you gave your only begotten Son, that we who believe in him shall not perish but have everlasting life as we celebrate Christmas. And we thank you for the generosity and the spirit of giving that we see penetrated and exemplified in our area, that people have the spirit of giving. But most of all, we want to give ourselves to you, to be used by you, to be a blessing to all that we come in contact with. Continue to give those who are in charge the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding to know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, as well as what not to do. And Lord God, we thank you for the churches and the pastors and the ministers who always remind us about your word. And if we follow your word, we know that we follow in truth. In Jesus' name we pray, and by faith we consider it done. Amen.
Amen. Reverend Anaton, thank you, sir. You know, Friendship Baptist Church has been such a critical part of this community and the success of this community for so long. Please take to your congregation how much we appreciate everything that they do under your leadership.
Well, thank you. Thank you, all of you, and what you do, and how important you are, and all the hard work you do in order to make our city a great city.
Thank you, sir.
Because of you who allow the Lord to use you to do great work for him and his name, and therefore he makes it great.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Our pledge this morning is going to be led by a bunch of pretty awesome young men. I had a chance to meet a couple of them when I visited that facility and walked through. These are the young men from the Kenneth B. Walker home, and we want them to come up front and lead us in the pledge. And the rest of you, if you please, get to your feet.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the flag for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gentlemen, if you would, give us your name and your age, and if one of you wants to volunteer to tell us just a little bit about the Kenneth Walker home.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Darius Mormon. I am 16 years old. Kennedy Walker, it's like a residential treatment facility for wards that take care of kids that are DFAS and DJJ.
Fantastic, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Livingston. I'm 17, and I am looking forward to getting to the Marine Corps.
My name is Michael McBurnett. I'm 17. And the one thing about Kenneth B. Walker Residential Home is that they treat you like family no matter where you came from, what your past is.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacquez Stamper. I'm 17 years old. And Kenneth B. Walker, they just help people who need help and look out for each other.
I'm Christian Thompson. I am 13, and the Kenneth B. Walker facility takes in everybody no matter what your past is or where you came from.
My name is Christian Maratri. I'm 14 years old, and the Kenneth B. Walker Group Home is a group home where no one feels different.
My name is Joshua Thacker. I'm 15 years old, and Kenneth B. Walker is a place you can come to prepare yourself and do after-school activities and have fun.
Outstanding. Well, you guys are awesome representatives of that facility, and we appreciate you being here this morning. Give them another hand, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. For those of you that haven't had an opportunity to visit that facility, I would recommend you take an opportunity to walk through. It's they're doing great work, and these young men are emblematic of that. So, all right. Next, I'll entertain a motion for the to accept the minutes from December 3rd. All right. Motion and second. Any edits? Anything anybody wants to correct? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right. They're approved. Mr. John Redmond, our auditor, has a couple of audits that he's going to walk us through this morning. Good morning, Mr. Redmond.
Good morning, Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of council, Mr. Attorney. I bring you a brief presentation this morning, a couple of those, but first I need to request authorization for a transition audit of the Community Reinvestment Department.
Is there a motion? A motion second to initiate a transition audit and community reinvestment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, I'll begin with the transition audit of the mayor's office. And the mayor's anxiously awaiting this because he doesn't know how well he's going to fare. But really, a transition audit is not what you might think. It's to make sure that we have a smooth transition when we have a change in leadership, whether it's an elected official, a department head, or an agency head. And the things that we really focus on is how well and what the state of the union is or the state of the department at that point in time. We look at how they're performing financially against their budget. We look at their operations. We look at any deficiencies. We look if there's been any previous audit findings and recommendations made. We look to see that those have been implemented. We perform a payroll audit to ensure that the people that are being paid are authorized to be there and are physically there at work. We do the same thing with the fixed assets assigned to that unit. So we want to be sure that everything is left behind that's supposed to be when one leaves and another comes in. And so today, these are going to be very quick and easy reports. They are exactly what we hope to find, and that's nothing. So with that, I'm going to start on the thing. This particular one was authorized on December 11th of last year, which will be a year tomorrow. We looked at the office operations, found them to be functional. We looked at budgetary performance. We looked at access controls and purchase cards, which is something that's very important because we want to make sure that anything that attaches to money or, access to the building, that those things are turned off when someone leaves and likewise, they're turned on for the new party. We look at the fixed assets and then the payroll. In looking at that, we looked at the operations for relevance and efficiency. We found that the activities being performed in the mayor's office were consistent with those of their responsibilities. We looked at budgetary performance for the past 3 years, and we found that each year the former Mayor Tomlinson was within budget on the operational expenses. There's no revenue really associated with that particular office. We confirmed the existence of fixed assets that are listed in the city's asset listings. And keep in mind, we only list items of value of $5,000 or more, so the only thing that was on there at that time was a conference table, and it was in place. It's since been replaced with a newer one. We confirmed the authorization for and the existence of all elected officials and employees, and looked at the access controls and purchasing cards for the departing employees and elected officials, and found they were deactivated. Our findings, they were relevant, they were consistent with budgets, fixed assets were in place, and the unannounced payroll audit verified that all persons there. And that was the only sting that Mayor Henderson had to do. He had to sign and show his photo ID as if issued by the government to get his check that day. All of these things were in place. There was absolutely nothing to report. There are no recommendations. So unless there are questions, that concludes transition audit of the mayor's office. Any questions?
Doesn't appear to be any.
Okay.
Bruce? We need to receive the report. Is that, we need to do something to receive this audit, or is that?
Well,
I don't think so. We can if you want to.
You can if you like. It's in the record. It's read into the record today, and it's be in the minutes, and it's there for you. All right, the next I'm going to talk about is a transition audit on the tax assessor's office. Very similar situation, but a little bit larger, more complex department. This was requested by me on December 11th of last year, and it was approved by City Council that same date. We're looking at the same types of things, so I'm not going to run through all those. I will talk about the findings. We found that the office operations were relevant to the duties of the tax assessor's office and being performed in an efficient manner. The office has been operating within its operating budget for the latest 3 years. The payroll audit revealed that all persons being paid were authorized employees and they were physically present at work, and all listed assets were located and confirmed at the workplace. Now, they do have more assets than the mayor's office because they have vehicles that their assessors and others in the department use to go out into the field to do their work. We checked the physical and computer assets for the departing leader and found they were properly deactivated and that purchasing cards were canceled. We did note that one vehicle in the office's pool car fleet is disabled and needed immediate replacement. And I'm going to touch on that because these people in the assessors, they actually share a vehicle. They don't have an individual vehicle assigned to them. They have a pool of cars that they use. But with this one that had gone down, and it was an older vehicle, and maintenance in Public Works had determined it was not feasible to repair it, they were short. And I made the recommendation to the leader over there, Suzanne Widenhouse, that she contact the city manager for an emergency purchase, and I understand that she did that, and it's either in process, it may have already been replaced. But I think it's very important with that department that we always recognize when they have a vehicle out of service, a computer, or if they have a vacancy, it's critical to get those things replaced and in good order in quick time, because that's probably the largest, or tied for the largest source of revenue that the city has. And if they're not out doing their assessments, and they have to do the field reviews as well as paperwork in-house. So it's important that they get out there and do it, because very quickly we could lose more revenue than the cost of a vehicle. So we did recommend that, and that was the only recommendation, and it's been handled. Any questions regarding this particular audit?
Doesn't appear to be any, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. All right, before we leave my agenda, I did want to make a couple of comments. One, I see Mr. Salito out there from the chamber. There was a very positive announcement this morning, and if council doesn't mind, I'm going to ask him to come to the podium and very briefly kind of let us know the good news from the announcement this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. This morning at the Chamber Board meeting, it was announced that First Credit Services, which is currently doing business in Columbus in the Corporate Center on 12th Street, is going to be expanding in Columbus. They've recently acquired a new facility in the Cross Country Office Park. They're going to add 155 new jobs to that company, and that was announced this morning.
Fantastic. I just wanted an opportunity to thank Mr. Salito and the Chamber Board as well as the Development Authority for the, everybody's hunting and fishing for the same fish. And so when you win one, you need to celebrate it because the wins are harder to come by. So I just wanted to say thank you for your efforts, and that is good news. 155 people will have an opportunity for jobs tomorrow that did not have one yesterday.
Thank you all for your support.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The first few items, we'll take a vote on these business matters, and then we'll have a few public hearings. The first item up is a vote on the ordinance to permit tattooing on Sunday in Columbus, Georgia. It's ready for action.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Bruce, please cue it. Councilors, please register your votes. That passes.
All right. Next item is the temporary street closing revision, and it's ready for action.
Motion second to approve the street closure, closing changes. Is there any discussion? Bruce, please cue it. Councilors, you can register your votes. That passes.
All right. Then item 3 is the fiscal year 2019 reconciliation. It's ready for adoption.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? If not, Bruce, please cue. Councilors, you can register your votes. And that's approved.
Passed. All right. The next item up, we're going to have a public hearing. This was delayed from November. The zoning at 7711, 7701 Fortson Road, 2897 Hobbs Road. The petitioners are here. This had a split recommendation of approval from Planning Advisory Commission, denial from Planning Department, the Waddell petition, and there should be a draft around the table. I believe Councilor Davis wants to make a motion to add conditions. Sure.
Councilor Davis?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'll go ahead. What you have in front of you is a list of conditions. This has now become somewhat of a conditional approval, and I want to thank the applicant petitioner for working to try to find a way to mitigate a lot of issues and concerns, and just want to appreciate their willingness to do that. Mayor, you and I think when you were a council representative, we've been working on this for probably close to 2+ years and trying to find a way to find some common ground, and I think this is a very good attempt at it, and I'm looking forward to the presentation. So I make that amendment to add these conditions into the zoning request.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion second. Has everybody had a chance to read the conditions that are added? All right, all in favor of amending and conditioning the ordinance, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Do we want to walk through those recommendations, Mr. City Attorney?
We can, for the record.
I think it might be for
Mr.
the
Riley,
folks that
y'all
are
want to
watching.
come on up? Do you want to run through these?
Yes.
The 1 through 7?
Be glad to, Mr. Attorney. you're referring to the conditions that have been placed on the,
Right, let's just put that amendment in place.
all right. So, first of all, Mr. Mayor, Manager Hughley, and distinguished council members, thank you all for your time this morning, allowing us to come before you. I'm Chandler Riley. I live at 2306 Preston Drive, Columbus, Georgia. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Spencer Waddell, who is the applicant, owner, and developer. Thank you. Chandler Riley on behalf of Spencer Waddell, who is the applicant, owner, and developer of this property at Fortson Road and Hobbs Road. And as Councilor Glenn Davis mentioned, this development and possible implementation has been in the works for years now. And Mr. Waddell has done everything he can to make sure this development has as minimal impact on its neighbors as possible. And in doing so, we've come up with these conditions to be placed on the property. And we think this will help with any impact on surrounding neighbors and folks that live in that area. As Clifton mentioned, the Planning Advisory Commission unanimously approved this application or recommended approval. Planning recommended denial. However, we met with planning to come up with some of these conditions and mutually talk about what will be best for this property. So going through the conditions we're looking at putting on this property, first of all, looking at having natural buffers surrounding the property. As you look, and you have the amendment there in front of you, so I'll show you a little bit about what we're talking about here. So looking at having natural buffers on Fortson Road, which is along the bottom here, and along the northern property line there too. The buffers would be a minimum of 20 feet, and they would have mature plantings in there. As you see on this visual here, every red dot represents a tree that is already existing around the perimeter of that property. And they range from a 6-inch little pine to a 30-inch pine and 24-inch pecan tree. So you got some significant trees around the perimeter there already. But in addition to those trees that are there, we're looking at putting in some enhanced mature plantings to further that buffer between the road and with the neighbor on the north. As far as on the western boundary up here on Hobbs Road, we've been in communication with that neighbor there, and we're going to do some evergreen plantings as well as a aesthetically nice wooden privacy fence put in there as well to give him an additional buffer. So we plan to have nice buffers around the entire perimeter of the property. The second condition, we're looking at limiting the number of parking spaces on the development, and that's just to give it more of a residential feel, less of a multifamily feel. Third condition, again, goes to the buffers. That's just with the western border there with the property on the west on Hobbs Road there. Again, having evergreen thick plantings with the wooden privacy fence. As you get down to number 4, that's the stormwater detention pond. We want to do everything we can to make sure that pond blends in with the property. So we've agreed to put a dark green or black chain link fence around there for protection and as well to make it blend in, and then to have landscape plantings around the pond to make it less visible from the street and from the development and from the neighbors. We anticipate not putting sidewalks on the right-of-way there. Again, less disturbance to the perimeter. On the 6th condition, the dumpster on the property will be constructed of nice materials, same materials that the buildings are made out of, brick, mortar, with having some metal aesthetically pleasing doors put on the outside that are going to be of nice construction. Again, the point is to make it blend in with the development there, and we're going to do everything to make sure it's in compliance and goes beyond what the UDO requires. And also, we're looking at having the pickup times for the dumpster be between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. So we don't want the neighbors getting disturbed by a dump truck showing up, at early hours. We want to make sure it's a good, suitable time. And the development will be tied to this site plan to include the buffers we've talked about and setbacks and everything else that, again, go above and beyond what the UDO requires. So those are the conditions, Mr. Attorney.
All right, any questions about those around the table?
Yeah, I did want to add, just in reference to this overall development, and it's, Nankipu has been there for a long time. It's a well-established neighborhood, but really, if you start trying to understand it, there's a lot of transitional kind of development happening in that area. You got everything from Fortson Road to Williams Road. There's a lot of general commercial going in up there. There's some new developments being proposed and worked on up there, just up the road. You've got neighborhood commercial that's come all the way along Fortson Road, and it is on Fortson Road, which is kind of makes a difference here. And you got Oxon Restaurant across the street, which I believe, I don't think it's neighborhood commercial, could be general commercial. But then you got adjacent properties that are neighborhood commercial as well. They just haven't been developed. Nothing has come to us, and that's coming this way. And this is somewhat what we tried to get to, is a more residential feel, neighborhoodish, a transitional housing. And so that's what kind of makes this work versus the multifamily aspect to it. It's somewhat inclusive. The backs, if you notice, the backs are facing Fortson and the residential, so everything's on the interior where everybody will be entering and exiting the houses. It's more of a upscale kind of, I use the word upscale, but I guess when you look at the construction, the material, the cost of the development, it's going to require a higher price on the housing market, which also helps and probably will mainly be focused at individuals or single family kind of setups, limited children, that kind of thing. And so it makes it more of a little condensed, inclusive type development. When this first started out, it was actually a large, long building with over 24 to 26 plus units. And of course, Councilor Henderson and I at that time, Mayor Henderson, Councilor Henderson at that time, we worked on this and said, that's not going to work. And that's not what we're interested in. So I said it earlier, I'm really appreciative of being able to sit down and take this time to try to find something that would work. And really, in doing that, I guess the spirit of this agreement is that when you really look at it, that whole piece of property could be bulldozed. If residential went in there, it could be bulldozed and houses stacked on each other. So that's one option. That would be really kind of, I mean, everything just clears out. I'm not so sure the neighbors would want that. This is kind of a trade-off. You still get three structures. They're like essentially like houses, but it's more inclusive, and you're allowing the green space and the enhanced green space and plantings to come into play here, and the property's not going to be bulldozed. The property kind of sits down in an elevation. The height of these buildings are going to be consistent with the houses that are already, two-story houses that are already constructed. The elevation's a little lower, so it brings those buildings down even lower, which these are just things that we've talked about that I think, again, I use the word neighborhoodish in a transitional area. So that's how this request is kind of played out. It is a conditional request, a transitional conditional request, and not, I don't view it as just a request for multifamily in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any other questions? Councilor Garrett. Hang on, I'm coming. There we go.
I just want to reiterate what Councilor Davis said. Mr. Waddell has been working on this project for years, trying to find something that would be the most conducive to this area. I think this is the best and highest use and the most respectful use he's put together. But I do want the councilors to know, I mean, this has been a long, long process. This has been something that was rushed into, and he's really tried to put the neighborhood first, and I hope you'll support this.
Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor. Could somebody from planning explain the reasons they recommended no?
Mr. Jones.
Good morning. Council House, when we first received this application and started looking at it, we realized that it really did not fit the overall need of the neighborhood we felt, particularly on this particular side of, I guess, the west side of Fortson. Primarily all that is designed really for single-family residential use more than anything else. And we just felt at the time that the introduction of multifamily into that area was not going to be conducive at all. So that was our recommendation, basically, to deny that request. In some retrospect, it could be considered a spot zone because it really does not marry up with anything else out there from that aspect of it. I will say this, though, in meeting with the applicants and meeting with Councilor Davis as well, If this is to go forward, this is going to be really from the standpoint, the best way actually to govern the thing, to make sure it lessens the impact on the neighborhood as a whole, if council wants to go in that direction. Really, our recommendation itself has not changed, but we understand also that there are conditions that can help mitigate this particular use at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll just add, my thanks to the developer for being willing to try to work on this thing. And I'll tell you that this is probably, as a counselor, when I was a counselor, this is one of the more difficult challenges you're sometimes faced with, because you've got a street that is in transition. Everything on the east side is pretty much commercial. And if you look on the west side, up until that block, it's largely commercial type uses. It's probably zoned NC. So the challenge is, you look at these properties that are facing a road that has become a pretty major thoroughfare. Is it reasonable to put, I hear what our planning folks are saying, and you have to say, is it reasonable to put a residential property on that? And I think, then you're left with a decision: do you want to go with some commercial use, or do you want some transitional zoning that involves residential? So it's not going to be exactly right no matter what you do, but there has been a deliberate process followed, and I appreciate the developer. Sometimes you get some developers that just aren't willing to try to mitigate some of those challenges. So whether it's up or down in the vote, I do think the developer should be commended on trying to see what he could do to make it work.
And Mr. Mayor, I might say that Spencer Waddell, the developer, is here with me today, and it has been a work in progress for years that we've tried to get to the point where it's going to blend in well with the surroundings. And I have with me before, if we can get the overhead pulled up to Councilor Davis's point and the mayor's point about this being a transitional. You can see in orange here is the subject property, and so around here you have single family. And then as you come kind of southeasterly, you see across the street there in pink and dark pink is neighborhood commercial, and then general commercial. And as you get further down Fortson here, it becomes even more commercial. So this is a nice transition from the single family, having more residential here with these buildings spaced out nicely on the property, to transition from the single family into the more commercial corridor there. And just to give it an idea of what this property is going to look like, we're going to be high-end, nice materials, well-built construction on these quadruplexes. We anticipate, as Councilor Davis said, high-end tenants there, single family, or sorry, not single family, more like retirees, empty nesters who want a nice place to live with low maintenance in a nice part of town. So it's going to attract a good resident there as well. And we do think that given the analysis and the conditions placed on this property, it's going to be a nice fit for this area.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I appreciate the patience and the perseverance that Mr. Waddell and the counselors have had over the years to make this work. It's a risk for a developer to be the first one out of the box and create something that's new for for that area and start the transition of an area. And I think that what you guys have all put together it's just a really good product, and I think that it's a win-win for the city, for the residents, and for the developer.
Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Riley, would you, that one.
Yes, sir.
Leave that one up. Where is Williams Road on that?
So you'd go north up here, just maybe another quarter mile, perhaps up there would be Williams Road, if that, to the north, so it'd be just up here.
Double Churches is on the other end.
Double Churches would be down here, and if you go north up Fortson, you hit
The reason
Williams.
I was asking about Williams Road is I know that we've had some conversation, and sooner or later, there will be a roundabout at Fortson and Williams, and I was just trying to get in my mind where that, and Mr. Jonas, do you see any problem with that, or with putting in this kind of a facility with the roundabout? I mean,
No,
that's
ma'am. In fact,
that's gonna work, right?
Yes, ma'am. It should work very well when it's all said and done. Yes.
Great, okay. Thank you.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to add to the staff's position on this and what they're looking at. And actually, I concur, and I like that approach. We're kind of in the middle. I said conditional. That's not the recommendation here, but that's what kind of we're looking at today. But here's what it does for the council and future councils in the neighborhood. It provides somewhat of a security blanket, because we're not, anything that comes in there, it kind of gives the foundation or the start. Anybody else that comes in, they have to bring it to council. They have to bring it to staff now, because this is just not something that we're going in there and changing to a direct rezoning category. If you did, then somebody can say, well, wait a minute, you did X, X, X for this person, but you're not doing it for me. This is conditional, and it's been worked on, so it gives that opportunity to any other request in the future to sit down and work with the staff and to really look at this thing and to try to find something. It may not work for someone else that makes a request. And most all the stuff in there is already developed anyway. There's a church right up a couple lots down that I think some of you are familiar with that, and some other corner pieces that there's some general commercial, probably less than a quarter of an eighth of a mile up the road. But that's something to take in consideration, that this lays the groundwork for any other requests. They're going to have to come and sit down and talk about it as just a pure, well, wait a minute, you've already done something for somebody else. So I like that, and I like the staff's position, because that's what it essentially creates. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, doesn't appear to be any comments.
This is a public hearing. Let's see if there are any other hands in the audience. Anybody want to be heard? All right. Don't see any, Mayor. We will vote on this the second Tuesday in January at 9 a.m.
We'll be on the 14th.
Yep. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank y'all very much for your time.
All right, Mayor, we've got two more special exception requests, which are technically public hearings. The first one up is special exception requested at 1282 Rigdon Road. This is a nonprofit YMCA recommended for approval. Mr. Goldberg here, the applicant. He is. But it is ready for adoption unless there are questions of the applicant.
Is there any comment from the...
Did y'all want to say anything, Mr. Goldberg, or you're okay?
There's a motion second to approve the special exception request. Any further discussion? Bruce, can we cue that? Councilors, you can register your votes, please. It's approved.
Okay, that is approved. Thank y'all. The last item is a special exception hearing for the hotel and the historic district.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Forgive me for interrupting. Councilor Davis had a request.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I will be abstaining on this vote, consistent with my statements in the past.
Okay.
All right, that'll be item 6. Councilor Davis will recuse. Mr. Salido is the applicant. This is a hotel special exception request at 5 8th Street, 801 Broadway. Recommended for approval. Did you want to say anything else?
Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I can let him finish that, but it's been brought to my attention that there's a gentleman who wanted to be recognized on a special exception. Is that right? And we didn't. And also on my agenda, Mr. City Attorney, there's a donation from the Muskogee County School District, and since Mr. Goldberg is here, if we could, Mr. Mayor, consider that one item, number 2 on the city manager's agenda while he's here.
Yeah, if council has no problem, we'll pull up item 2 very quickly.
But I think he wanted to be recognized, and we may have not seen his hand.
Okay, in terms of comments on the special exception for the Rigdon Road?
Just for the YMCA?
Yes. No, on Rigdon Road. Is that correct, sir? All right. Why don't you come forward and go in, and you can make your comments, and then council can ask any.
Come on up and give your name and address, sir.
sorry we overlooked you. I apologize. You can come to this podium, might be, unless you have something to show.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. If you would, just state your name and your address, please.
Yes, my name is Stephen Short, S-H-O-R-T. I live at 4809 Atterbury Drive, Columbus, Georgia. I was concerned about this property because, believe it or not, back in the 70s, I lived in this area. My grandmother, she did a tremendous job working in this area, and I'm kind of late coming in, but I was just concerned about that property, and I'm kind of short because I don't have all the facts, and I was hearing that the YMCA on Martin Luther King was going to be placed in that area. Is that true?
I believe that is the plan, yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess my question is, the residential area around there, first of all, I just wanted to make sure that none of the housings would be affected by that move and those things of that nature.
I don't think they will be. I know they won't be disturbed other than just having this located in there. And in fact, I think a lot of the residents have been kind of encouraged about the YMCA opening up and providing an opportunity for young people right there in that neighborhood.
Yes, sir. And then also I was concerned about if the YMCA was moving in that area from Martin Luther King, what would happen to the YMCA that's there now?
I'm not sure what they're doing. I think they're going to, it's up to the YMCA's board, but I doubt they would operate two facilities that in that proximity to one another. So I would imagine they're probably going to relocate the staff and kind of move them into the Rigdon Road area.
I see. Yes, sir. Okay, so, and now you're voting on this now to
Yes, so they've requested a special exception. It doesn't require a zoning change. It just requires that there's an approval from the zoning authority to grant a special exception to operate that classification of building on that location.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now, the last thing, it's going to seem like I'm kind of, I don't want to seem to be arrogant or anything of that nature, but that property at that time, it was named Ardelia Mack Center. And I was really taken in when they did that and named it that. And I watched my grandmother labor and then raise me also, keep me out of jail or what have you, send me to college and all those things. And now I'm a minister at MacArthur Drive Church of Christ. And I just didn't understand why would you, take the name off that particular place and then, I didn't know. Could you just explain that to me?
And that's a good question because there is some history there, and it would obviously be up to the board of the YMCA if they decided to put some type of commemorative plaque or take some action to acknowledge the Ardelia Mack Center. But yes, sir. Mr. Goldberg, you want to come forward?
I can address that.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, sir? Dave Goldberg, I'm the Chief of Operations for the school system. I don't want to speak for the YMCA, but I've been dealing with the YMCA with this as a partner with the school system, and they are planning to have their community center named after Ms. Mack, so that name is going to continue with the new facility that they build.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So I want to apologize.
No,
I don't want anybody to think that, I'm trying to lift up my grandmother.
No.
She's in heaven. Hopefully.
Ms. Short, I've got a question for you. Didn't you graduate from Columbus High School in 1977?
No, sir.
I thought you did. You look very familiar.
Yes, I went to Columbus High, but I was an Army brat.
Okay.
Did you go to freshman year? Basketball together. I don't think you
That's what
remember.
I thought. Yes, sir. We played freshman basketball together.
Right.
You and I both had a little more hair and a little less body.
Yes. Exactly.
Well, it is very good to see you again.
Well, thank you, sir. I really didn't like you because you looked like you were trying to take my little job from me. You had a good game.
Good to see you, Mr. Short.
But I just wanted to thank you all for that, and that's what I was concerned about. And I remember senators and congressmen coming to her house, and on top of that, she had to take care of a little child that was, was not, progressing the way that we want our children to do, and she knew how to whoop me, and I don't know how you whoop somebody and you're in a wheelchair, but she had a way of looking at me and make me, do those things that are right, and I didn't want her memory just to, to not be recognized like this. So forgive me,
No, sir, no forgiveness.
Thank you, sir.
So, yeah,
You don't remember me, do you?
I do remember you.
I worry you too much.
No, sir. Mr. Mayor, I do have two questions, though,
Yes, sir.
Please.
of him.
Yes, sir.
I'm
That's-
finished.
Well, the first question is, could he play basketball?
Yes. Not as good as I was.
And the second question is, you know Drell Short?
Yes, that's my sister.
I thought so.
How be doggone, how about that?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Steve, thank you,
Appreciate
man.
you.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those comments will be in the record with that item. That item stands approved.
All right.
Now, did you want to call up another item?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
It's number 2 on the city manager's agenda. The Muskogee County School District softball upgrade to North Side Recreation Softball Field. We're requesting approval, Mr. Mayor and Council, to accept a donation from the Muskogee County School District for upgrades to Northside Recreation Softball Field to include new dugouts, new press box, new locker room building, new backstop and field backstop drainage, and new bullpen, with fencing. And the estimated cost is $796,000, and we are asking your approval to accept the donation.
There is a motion and a second to approve the acceptance of that donation. Any further discussion? All right, if not, can we pull that up, Brute? Thank you. Councilors, you may register your votes. All right, that is approved.
Thank you,
Missing
Mr.
one?
Mayor.
Missing one. No. This is the donation of the school district for the funds to construct the softball facility, and that now it is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go back now, Mr. City Attorney.
All right, back to item 6. Can we get a motion to allow Councilor Davis to recuse on this item?
So moved.
Motion second to recuse, Councilor Davis. All in favor say aye. Anybody opposed? Okay.
All right, with that, this item is ready for a vote, the hotel special exception.
Motion and a second to approve the special exception. Is there anybody here that wanted to be heard on that? Okay, motion and second. Any further discussion? Question. All right, Councilor Huff, hit your button.
Is this related to the project with the Marriott?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. I need to recuse myself from this. I need to remove my second for somebody else.
Well, then we don't have a quorum then to vote.
Yeah, we do.
Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You heard, I went to Columbus High. I can't count that fast. All right. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't want to take my shoes off, start counting. All right, let's see if we can gain some semblance of order. We have another request. Is there a motion to allow Councilor Huff to, all right, motion second to allow Mr. Huff to recuse himself? I think Councilor Garrett. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, now, we're ready for a vote.
And we have a motion.
We have a motion, a second for approval?
Yes, I
Okay.
make the motion.
Any further discussion?
Somebody has to second it, isn't it?
I think, wasn't it seconded?
No, but he had to.
Let's- Okay, that's right. So there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Yes.
and a second from Counselor Thompson. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Well, Bruce, you can cue that, can't you? Cue it for us, and please register your votes. And that passes.
Okay. 6. All right, and that's all we had listed for official business, Mayor.
All right, we'll move on to the public agenda. First up is Ms. Audrey Holston Palmore regarding a police report and an account of the meeting with the mayor. She doesn't appear to be here. All right. Next on the public agenda is Ms. Melanie Phillips regarding the Health and Human Services location. Welcome, Ms. Phillips. If you would, you'll have 5 minutes, and if you would, just state your name and your address, and we'll begin the timer after you introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Melanie Phillips. My address is 5633 Lexington Drive.
Thank you.
43,702 roughly represents the number of people living in poverty in our community. A total of $1,454,763 was spent on health care and social assistance in Muskogee County, according to the latest data I could find. I'm here to advocate on behalf of the 22% of low-income families who have no idea there could possibly be a disruption in how they access their social assistance services in Columbus. For the last 13 years, I have seen firsthand, working as a school counselor in an elementary, middle, and high school, how transportation can be a barrier for many low-income families. Utilizing public transportation, taxis, a neighbor, a friend, a family member with a car, and now Uber and Lyft can not only be frustrating and time-consuming, but a financial burden as well. When we are in positions to make decisions for other people, particularly low-income people, it is very easy for us to forget to consider the consequences or hardships our decisions will make on the individuals being affected by our choices. We are far removed from the idea that transportation in 2019 is or could be a burden for anyone because we put the keys in the ignition or press start our luxury, premium, or even economic car, truck, van, crossover, or SUV to drive here today. If our vehicle breaks down, we call a tow truck or take it to the shop to be repaired, while many of us have a second vehicle to drive while we're waiting on the repairs to be completed. Many of the families in the 22% I'm advocating on behalf do not have the transportation luxuries we have. If they have transportation, many, if not most, of them do not have the money to repair their car when it breaks down. The current location of the Columbus Health Department, located in the Central Medical District, is less than 1 mile from the Metro Transfer Center and is a 15-minute walk. Individuals needing services, which most of them need more than one, can currently access everything they need in one building. All of the functions of the health department, as well as New Horizons, DFACS, utility assistance, and others. How many times have each of you visited the health department this year? I can count the number of times I have, and that's twice, and that was only for a TB screening test. With little research, which I will share the data with you before I take my seat, it was determined for the month of November alone, the Health and Human Service facility saw a total of 23,753 visitors who visited the facility for various reasons. Moving the health department from its current location wouldn't be a problem for you or me. I'm asking you to consider what an inconvenience and financial burden it would be for the roughly 1,300 individuals who visit the facility for multiple reasons each day. Thank you.
Ms. Phillips, thank you very much for your comments. It's not you, very often I say this, but you have time left. Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
No, that's
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for what you do for the children of this community as well with the school district. And, you know, that has been a question we've heard a lot, and I can tell you that this council, and I don't often try to speak for others, but I've heard them deliberate and agonize over the best way to approach our current situation. And our situation at its core is that we're required to provide a facility for the health department. And one of the very first things that came up, and we had to make sure was mitigated, was accessibility, affordability, as it applies to getting there. And we've spoken with Deputy City Manager Goodwin, and I'm going to ask the city manager to make a few comments about transportation. I can tell you we are going to make transportation as easy as it is now, or even easier. There are 33 stops a day right now in front of the building that has been identified as a potential future home for these facilities. We've even talked about the fact that some people just don't hear the information. It doesn't get to them about a new location. One of the things we worried about were people showing up at the old location, having just enough cab fare or just enough money to get to that spot, only to find out it's moved. We're going to work to try to mitigate that particular situation as well, to make sure that there will be transportation from the old location to the new location for a period of time, to make sure that we can get that word out to everybody without harming them, without costing any additional money for them to get there. And this situation that we find ourselves in is one where, with limited access to future growth in revenues and having an expense and not being able to count on what that expense is going to be because of a lease arrangement, if we have an opportunity for the taxpayers and the end users to stabilize future costs, which enables us to continue to provide these services, council decided that was the most prudent way to move forward. But your comments are spot on. I just wanted to make sure you understood that we're aware of them, and we're doing it. We're going to do everything we have to and we can do to try to mitigate some of those transportation issues.
Okay.
Did you have anything, Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I would just say to Ms. Phillips, as we looked into a location for the health department, transportation was considered. I mean, that was a discussion on the table. And I guess I'd like to make sure people that I communicate with understand that I'm sensitive to people in poverty, poor people, because that's where I come from. You know, I lived in all the public housing, so you know, from Farley Homes to Baker Village to Fred Douglass to LP Stout. And when I graduated high school, I was still riding my bicycle all the way up Fort Benning Road, all the way around Brennan Road, Buena Vista Road. I used the bus system. I went to the health department, so I understand all that, my entire family. And so with that said, transportation and people having access was in my mind. I still have family members who still live in poverty, and just like I came up. And so I asked you know, our consultant through the Metro director and Metra to determine how we can make sure that transportation is not an issue. And I went out and rode, you're exactly right, from the transfer station to the health department is exactly is 7/10 of a mile. And from the health department to the Virginia College building is exactly 4 miles. I know because I rode it. I went to see for myself. And so I've asked them to put together a shuttle, free shuttle service, a shuttle van or car, depending on how many people come through the transfer station, to transport them from the transfer station at Metra to the current building, and from the current building to the Virginia College at no cost. And from Virginia College back to the current building and to the transfer center at no cost as part of our transportation plan. And so, but I am sensitive, we are sensitive, and we will make sure that that is publicized, it is advertised, and that people are taken care of. And that's what we plan to do.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Councilor Thomas, did you have anything? No? All right. We'll move on. Ms. Palmore has not yet arrived. We'll move on to the city manager's agenda.
Mr. Mayor, first on my agenda is a statement of property exchange, and this is brought forward by the sheriff's office. And so we're asking your approval for a property exchange by the Muskogee County Sheriff for equipment to be used by the bomb squad. And so they've got a 2008 Freightliner with an estimated value of $47,005 exchanged for one 2019 Silverado four-wheel drive customer crew. And it's for bomb equipment, and then a 20x8 Hercules Homesteader dual axle trailer with Chevron is valued at $7,000 and to be exchanged for two 12-inch tactical disruptors for ideal blasting, price $7,913.50, being exchanged for bomb equipment. I don't see the sheriff here, but that is a request of the sheriff, and we're asking your approval.
Second. Motion and a second to approve the property exchange. Any discussion or question? If not, Bruce, please cue it. Councilors, you can register your votes. It's approved.
We've already handled number 2, so go into number 3, amending property description on resolution 44-19, and the amendment is due to a clerical error only, and so the resolution listed the property description of a segment of 15th Avenue in error instead of a description of Jeanette Avenue, and we're asking your approval.
Second. Motion second to approve the change. All those, well, are there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bruce Hewitt? Councilors, any votes? Missing one or two? There we go. It's approved.
I've got a street acceptance, Sumter Court, that portion of Charleston Way located in Charleston Place. Engineering has...
Second. Okay. Motion to approve the street acceptance and the victim... 4 through 7? Okay. So we've got a...
Mr. Mayor, I would request that those be separated.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start with item 4. We do have a motion to approve item 4. Was there a second? Second. All right. So there's a motion and a second to approve the street acceptance. If you would cue it, councilors, you can register your votes. And that passes.
Mayor, number 5 is a grant. It's $417,247 with a 5% for crime victim surcharge of $104,312 total grant.
Second. Motion second to approve the VOCA base grant. Any discussion? All right, please cue it. Councilors, you can register your votes. And that passes.
Number 6, Mayor, is a $50,000 grant. It's no match.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve the VOCA compensation grant. Any discussion on that one?
We have the city manager say what that is.
Sure. City Manager, you want to walk through the details of that grant?
Yeah, this is from the authorize the district attorney's victim witness assistance program to submit this grant, and it's the total amount is $50,000. That represents the salary and full benefits for one position of victim advocate compensation specialist, who will provide crime victim compensation, education, and outreach throughout the Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit. Asking your approval.
All right, there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Bruce, if you'd cue it. Councilors, you can cast your votes.
And the final grant is $131,000, no match. It is for the operations of the Muscogee County Sheriff's Office. We're asking your approval.
Second.
Motion second, approve the $131,000 grant. Any discussion? All right, Bruce, please cue it. Register your votes, please. That passes.
So I've got a couple of purchases, Mayor.
All right, there's a motion to approve A and B. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion second. Anybody want one pulled for discussion? All right, please, do you cue that, Bruce? Or we need to take a voice vote? Yeah. Register your votes.
Mr. Mayor, I've got arts and crafts, hobby, and recreational supplies for various divisions within Parks and Rec. The estimated annual spending is $20,000. And then membership dues for Georgia Municipal Association. It's our annual dues. They represent 538 cities, and we are one of those cities. It's $36,443.78.
Okay, those pass.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I've got a few updates. First, Mayor and Council, we've got Millbury Herd with Kinetics Transportation Group, and we've had them to come down annually to assess Metro routes. We told you when the T-SPLOST was passed and we got the $22.4 million for public transportation, that it's important that we, as we expanded routes and hired bus drivers and expanded the night service, and that as we go forward, we want to monitor those expansions to make sure that it's being used. And if not, then we need to start tweaking and adjusting routes. I've said to you time and time again that we don't want to wait for 10 years when the money expires, and then where we've added $3 million or so to a budget to expand that service, and then when the money expires, we leave the taxpayers with a $3 million expense for routes that are not efficient. And we want to make sure that when we get to that point, that $22.4 million has been deplenished, that we have a good, solid transportation system that's being used by the citizens that the taxpayers got to pay for. And so we are watching the money, and we're tweaking routes as we move forward, because that money is going to run out. And so when it does run out, we want to make sure that if we started out with $5 million budget for Metro and we added $3 million and we ended with an $8 million budget, that when we run out of that money, we don't get left with an $8 million budget and inefficient routes. And so we've got to tweak, and we've got to bring the spending into to a point that it makes sense. And so that's why she's here, and we're going to keep coming back until we feel that we've got it where it needs to be. So I've got Millbury Herd here, and she's going to talk to you about what's planned going forward in the coming year. And so with that, welcome.
Welcome, Ms. Herd.
Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Millbury Herd. I'm one of the owners of Kinetics Transportation Group, and I have been the project manager for the Transit Service Effectiveness Review this year. And I have a long history with you as well. I've actually been working with Metro since 2013. Today, there's three things I want to accomplish. The first is to take you down a little bit, a trip down memory lane a bit, about the recent history of the transit system, which Isaiah, Mr. Hughley has covered pretty well. Tell you why we're here today and what the analysis shows, and give you a preview of the proposed changes that we'll be taking to the public in 2020. So as we all know, the past is prologue. So I wanted to remind you of where the Metro Transit System has been. In 2012, the TIA referendum passed, and the Columbus area was one of only 3 regions in the state that passed the TIA referendum. That brought with it $22.4 million over 10 years towards transit system improvements. From 2013 to 2015, my firm assisted you with the transit needs assessment to determine how best to use those funds. And that included an extensive public outreach component, analysis of locations with the highest ridership potential, and analysis of the transit system performance. Modifications were made to the proposed plan, and those were approved by the council in 2015. And as Mr. Hughley mentioned, he made a commitment to review review the services on a regular basis. So in 2016, my firm assisted with the implementation of the changes that were proposed. Those were implemented in October 2016. And then in 2017 and 2018, we came back for the first of the annual service effectiveness reviews, which resulted in some changes that were made in May of 2018. So what that looks like in terms, and I won't go through this entire slide, but the initial changes that were made in fiscal year 2017 take advantage of the TIA funding, and they responded to what we heard from the public. The biggest 3 things that we heard from the public were to expand the area that the routes cover, so to go more places, to operate later at night, and also faster travel times, more direct service. When the changes were made, that resulted in a substantial increase in the amount of service that was being provided. You went from 9 routes to 12 routes, and an increase anywhere of between 25% and 50% in terms of some of these different statistics that you see here. That also, of course, came with an increase in your operating costs. What did that bring you in terms of ridership? From 2016 to 2017, the increase in ridership was about 7%, which is a little disappointing. So we were brought back back in 2017 to look at making modifications to the service. And what we recommended and what was done is to eliminate the 2 least productive routes, expand the midday service on two of the highest ridership routes, the 5 and the 7, and start to trim back the evening service. We didn't take a knife to it, we took a scalpel to it. How did the ridership respond? If you look at the graph here, you see that the ridership is actually increased by 8%, which is a wonderful outcome where you've reduced your costs, but yet your ridership has increased.
And Ms. Mayor, I'll interrupt from time to time, but that's the goal, as you can see. We've got to get it right, and so we're going to work at it until we believe we got it right. Thank you.
This slide really just gives you a visual of what those changes look like, from the pre-improvements to the changes that were made in 2017. In 2017, that included a new route on Victory Drive, which is doing quite well. 2 routes serving the Veterans Parkway area, and a new cross-county route that covered the Midland area between Columbus Park Crossing over to Gateway Walmart. We also expanded service further to the northeast up to the Gateway Walmart. With the changes that were made in 2018, two of those routes were eliminated. One was the new route that was implemented between the Midtown and downtown area. There was a lot of duplicative service there, so that route was not doing well. The other one that was eliminated was the new crosstown route between Columbus Park Crossings and the Gateway Walmart. We did, however, keep one leg of that route and essentially tacked it on to the Route 6 that goes up to the Gateway Walmart to pick up the portion of that route that had the best ridership. So why are we here today? As we've said, we committed to review the services on a regular basis. This is our second time of doing that. And what has been happening? Metro's been experiencing a pretty dramatic turnover of bus operators. That is not unique to Columbus, though. I will point out that transit systems across the country have been really struggling with keeping their bus operators. There have also been some fleet maintenance issues, which I think have been addressed even in the audit that Ms. Evans will be speaking to. And the other thing is the late night service has not done well. The late night service has been quite low. So our goal is to be a good steward of the public's tax dollars and to right-size the transit service to meet the needs.
So, so night service has not done well. I just want to repeat that again. And so when there was a demand for night service, we provided the hours or night service. But then if it does not get used, we just can't run the bus all over a particular area and there is no ridership. And if it's not used, then we're going to find ourselves back before you saying we got to get rid of it. And so that's what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm going to get into the particulars here.
You want to hit your button? There you go. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for hearing us in the beginning. I attended some of the meetings, and
I remember.
City manager passed the word on and everything. So thank you all, because for the public, the listening public, we're trying to do the best we can. And we provided every opportunity for everyone to ride that wants to ride. So as the city manager just stated, if you don't ride, we have to cut costs. Because I've been around at night, because I'm out a lot at night. And the numbers that you are stating are reflected upon what I've seen. So I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, about what time in the evening does the ridership really drop off? I know that we expanded from 8:30 to 11:30. Is that the time that has really slacked off, or is it later?
I think, and I'll yield to Ms. Hurd, but, and she has that, but I think it's after 8:30.
Right. Yes, if you can indulge me, I was about to get to that.
Sure, okay.
Okay. All right. So the ridership becomes low across all the routes on the weekdays when you get beyond the 8 o'clock and 8:30 lineups at the transit center. So what we're talking about are the last two lineups of the evening, the 9 o'clock lineup and the 9:30 lineup, which are routes that are getting back to the transit center, some of them as late as 11:30 at night. There's a similar situation even earlier in the day for a few of in the evening for a few of the routes 1, 10, and 12. So we looked at those as well. To dig in to the ridership, this I think will help you to be able to visualize it a little better. The 9 o'clock and 9:30 lineups, as you can see on the weekdays, those trips are only carrying between 2 and 4 passengers on average. And this was over the course of, we did data collection for many months and supplemental ridership data collection on Saturdays as well. And you can also see that the Route 1 and the 10 and the 12 also decline pretty substantially, but earlier in the evening. So as early as 8 o'clock on those routes, the ridership is dropping off. For Saturdays, this picture is similar, though the drop-off is not quite as dramatic. We want to make sure that the weekday service changes and the Saturday service changes are consistent, so we're proposing to eliminate the same trips on Saturdays as we are on weekdays. So that brings us to the proposal that we'll be taking out to the public for their review in January. And that is to trim the span of service in the evening to end earlier, and maintain the consistency between the weekdays and Saturdays. So the last lineups at the transit centers would be at 8 o'clock and 8:30, depending on the route, with Route 1 ending after the 7 o'clock lineup, Route 10 after the 6:30 lineup, and Route 12 after the 7 o'clock lineup.
Excuse me, Ms. Hurd. Councilor Woodson?
Ms. Hurd, I do apologize. Could you tell us what is Route 1, Route 10? This is so tiny and can't see what those routes are. And for the public listening, it's important for them to know what routes we are speaking in reference to, please.
I apologize. Yes, Route 1 is the East Winton route. Route 10 is the Airport Thruway Veterans Parkway route, and Route 12 is the Veterans Parkway Civic Center Victory Drive route.
And I will say, Mr. Mayor, that you're hearing it here first, but as Ms. Hurd has indicated, they are going to be going out with public hearings that the community will, whether they be held at Metra or other locations throughout the city, they're going to have public forums, public hearings, and share all of what's being proposed. And then we'll come back to you for your final approval after those public hearings.
So specifically, these are the trips that we will be taking out to the public to discontinue.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. A couple slides back, you were, it showed the ridership, right? Yes, these two slides.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the most that ride at a time are 25. On the next slide, 9, under 9, there's 25 right there. And that's the highest number.
Mm-hmm. For that trip.
For that trip.
So most of the trips don't have more than 25 people on them at any given time. Is that what this
They
form is saying?
wouldn't necessarily be on at the same time. That is the total number of riders that are boarding that route for that particular trip. So along the route and on its way back.
Okay, so that being said, I'm wondering if we're considering smaller buses instead of the larger buses that we have, since the ridership is, we don't need to fill that capacity.
Let me just say, Mayor, when we say smaller buses, some people don't realize that most of the buses, and Metra needs to confirm, that Metra use are 28 or 30 passenger. It looks like a big bus, but it seats 30.
Our largest seating
Which,
is 32.
32. The largest seating is 32. And so there's like in the larger cities, the bus, you can get a 30-foot bus or a 35-foot bus or a 40-foot bus. They all look alike. One just shorter than the other. And when you buy a 30-passenger bus or a 32-passenger bus, you pay a lot of money for it because the bus is expected to last 12 to 15 years. if you buy a church-type van and you run it, how many hours a day? From 19 hours a day, you run a church van 19 hours a day, all day, every day, 7 days, 6 days a week, it's going to last you about a year and a half. So you're buying the heavy-duty, hard wear and tear vehicle is what, but it's a 30.
But there's other factors, there's the gas. There's the factors of the gas. I mean, I would think a larger bus also uses more gas than a smaller
I agree,
van.
absolutely.
And so there's other financial factors to take into consideration. I'm just wondering, have we analyzed all of that to see if smaller vehicles, maybe more of them, along the routes more frequently would be a better alternative?
Well, we've done that with the Dial-A-Ride buses, and even with the Dial-A-Ride buses, it looks something like a church bus, but it's a heavy-duty type bus. But, no, I certainly don't oppose having smaller buses, but you do want something that's durable and that's going to withstand all the heavy usage. And because we would be buying so many buses every year, if you will, if we get a lightweight, low-cost vehicle that's not designed for that kind of usage.
The lightweight vehicles have a useful life of 5 years versus a medium-duty or heavy-duty bus with a 12-year useful life.
For the 15. And even with that 5 years, it's not anticipated that you're going to drive that bus 16, 18 hours a day, just nonstop. That transit bus just goes and it goes and it goes. And so we've got to balance all those things, but certainly I want you to know that we are open to small buses, but we've got to, the purchase has to make.
Right, I'd like that analyzed to see if that could be a cost-saving measure.
And we can certainly take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to add that Metro is already running smaller buses on the less utilized routes. Okay. All right. So where does that, okay, here we are. This is the same as the chart that you saw before, except it adds the proposal for FY21 as it stands today. And it would reduce the number of, it would not reduce the number of bus routes, it would not reduce the number of buses operating in the peak period, but it would reduce the amount of hours that of service that's being provided by trimming those evening trips. So it would cut the last bus coming back to the transit center in the evening would be coming back at 10:30 at night instead of at 11:30 at night. That would reduce your costs by about, in all your statistics, by approximately 6%. But we don't expect that would have really much of an impact on your ridership. So we're projecting the ridership would essentially stay the same.
So just notice the trend in cost. We want to make sure we provide the service that's demanded or needed, but we've got to watch the cost because the $22.4 million is going to run out. And then we don't want to wait until we get to that point that the money is not there, and then we say to you that we got to have some drastic cuts, and we want to be methodical in going through this process to make sure that we just got to get it right.
Well, and the more we act now, the more we will be able to prolong the effectiveness of that additional funding. So, Councilor Woodson.
City Manager, can you help me understand? We say that once the money runs out, we'll be in a predicament. Are we looking for additional funds to, once that money ends, to continue the bus routes? How does, I guess I'm looking for understanding on how it works.
Well, the $22.4 million was put into the T-SPLOST. And I don't think anyone ever thought that was going to become reality. And it did. And so we fulfilled the promise, the commitment that we included when we put that money in there. Now, we have never done, in the history of Metro, we've never had funding to do a comprehensive study of public transit. People always said, well, we want night service, we want more service, and this $22.4 million allowed us to do that for the first time in the history of public transit in this community, and we did. And so now we're going through that process, but to answer your question, there is no additional federal or state monies available. Metro is, Columbus is an entitlement city because of our population. We're entitled to receive an allocation. And our funding is based on population density, and bus route miles. Is how we get funded. And when they go through that formula and fund us, we're entitlement. We don't have to go through the state to get that funding. It comes directly from the federal government. That's all we're going to get. And so when this $22.4 million special allocation that came through T-SPLOST runs out, we can't petition the federal government for more money because it's based on the formula. And that's all you're going to get.
Well, there is a way that it could continue. If, in fact, the voters were to decide to continue with the T-SPLOST in 2023, there would be an opportunity for us to put some money in there to continue this funding.
Yes.
But that's an obviously precarious funding mechanism because you just don't know what will happen.
So that's a special funding source. So if this runs out, I don't anticipate, the T-SPLOST might not put 10 million more in, or if you know, 15 million more in, and if we don't, then you're either going to operate from within what the city is accustomed to funding us locally, plus what the federal government provides to us, or you're going to ask the city to provide more money to fund public transit locally. And that's the only way you can get more money. And so the goal has been to get this transit system fixed or right. But at the end of the day, if before T-SPLOST we were funding $5 million, my goal would be that when you look at what inflation would have, inflation over the last 10 years, and let's say that inflation would have taken the budget had we not had T-SPLOST to $6 million, then when T-SPLOST runs out, we ought to be at what we were plus inflation, and that's where the budget is.
Okay, I just needed to get a better
Yeah.
understanding. I'm pretty sure there are other people out there that we're starting to see, well, he continues to say this, so what is he going to do about it?
Yeah.
And so I think it's important that that detail be noted so
Yes.
that the constituents and the taxpayers can understand why you say that, what's the purpose and what's important, so that if it went back in 23, as the mayor said, they understand the importance of having this set amount of dollars to be able to service the people of Columbus that are unfortunate to not have transportation.
Right.
And that was my thought behind it.
And so you can see that where transportation is needed, we're dissecting this every year. Where transportation is needed or where the demand is, we're providing it. We're just cutting it out where you're not using it or making adjustments. That's all. And so I think when we, at the end of the day, when the money is out, I think we'll have a system that unquestionably have gone through a methodical process year after year for the last 10 years, and we have a system that we would be able to say, it's the system we should have in Columbus, Georgia.
Well, thank you. That was my reason for asking that, because I'm pretty sure many are thinking, well, why he keeps saying that?
Sure.
Oop, I turned everybody off, sorry about that. Don't leave me unattended. Bruce, help me out. Get the podium for me.
There we go.
Thank you.
Just to wrap this up, to let you know what the schedule is going forward, it's to obviously brief you today, then go out to public review in late January. We'll be going through about a 30-day public comment period, which will include at least 2 public hearings or public meetings. The tentative plan is to come back to you on March 10th for approval, then prepare for implementation between March and June, make sure that the customers are fully aware of what's coming, and then start the service at the beginning of fiscal year 21. Now, I did want to note that I have been made aware of the issue with the health department relocation that Ms. Phillips spoke to earlier, and that is another thing that we'll be looking at that as well in the course of this.
Let me ask you a question. Have you identified the locations for the public hearings?
Normally, we hold those at the Metro
Transfers?
Transit Center. Okay. There's a large room there. The reason for that is because so many of the customers do come through the transit center. It's the most convenient location for them.
That's fine. I just want to make sure we were going to try to go to the riders.
Correct. And if there are any other questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Councilor Woodson.
City Manager, I'm sorry, it's just really important.
Sure.
So, I see we're only having 2 public meetings, and I understand we don't get well-attended public meetings, but I still feel that we should put it on the Access channel, and I feel if we can get something where we can put on our social media or something, please visit the consolidated, the website or a contact number for changes to the metric system right in the future. Because I know we put it in the paper, some of the radio stations announce it, but you always get a handful of people say, well, I never knew and you did it without, what I mean. And since social media now is seen, I don't like it. I just go when I have to go into social media. But social media, we can all just post it on our social media to please go to our website to the link, or these are the meetings, or this is who you contact for any questions, so we can get the message out.
No, that's a very good comment. I did not include the details of what that will look like in the PowerPoint. But yes, all of those things will be happening, and I believe Ms. Evans can speak to some of the mechanisms that we used the last time to get the word out.
We did post the information on our website. I believe we put it also on the city's website. We posted flyers all at our facilities and on our bus routes, as well as we made staff available for questions for people who, had questions about what the changes were. So if they came to the transfer center, they provided a board, big tri-board, that we put in the lobby, and people would ask questions about all of the proposed changes before they happened.
Can you just consider adding one more point?
Yes, ma'am.
That bus route that's going to be changing, if the bus driver there can kind of like remind them or ask them to please don't forget to read the message. It's very important. It affects your livelihood. I know it sounds silly, but I just think sometimes the way we live in today's society, running, some people might not see it, and then that day you're out there waiting, and there's nothing there. And they said, well, nobody told me. Yeah, we know. We've been telling you. But if that bus route would just take a little more extra step to say, hey, remember I'm not going to be coming back this way around this time. Just something for you to think about. I'm just thinking about those people that don't get the message.
Absolutely. That is what we do, and that's a part, that's included in the training of bus operators before any changes are made. Their staff will work with us on training the bus operators of the changes. And so those flyers that we put out, we make sure every bus operator takes flyers with them on the buses.
Okay.
They take them on the buses and pass out to customers on their routes.
Y'all the best.
So that's important. But we're going to do more the outreach part with social media and whatever website available that we didn't post it on the last time. We're going to make sure we do that this time.
And if we can, like some of ourselves or some of the churches out there, we can ask them to put a part of their message to their congregation. Is another way to ensure, well, it doesn't ensure 100%, but it's even another magnitude to get in touch with people. Like I said, and I'm repeating myself, and I'm sorry, it's just, we do a great job publicizing what's going. People, for some reason, don't get it, and then they say, well, you didn't put the notification. And since this is such a big life change,
yes.
That's why I'm making some additional out-of-the-box suggestion. But y'all look like y'all been on it, like you're right on point.
You're on it, Councilor Woodson, because last year, we had one of the managers to go to all of the schools in Muskogee County. Well, he actually went to Muskogee County School District, asked them to place them, so each school would get it, Public Health Department. So we tried to distribute those changes to all of the locations, but we certainly will make sure we get it out.
Well, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for taking in the suggestions, and you're already doing it. So it's just a confirmation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Thomas?
One of the things that you said earlier, you were talking about the route that goes out to the Gateway Walmart area. And I know that just whatever east of that, whatever is the new shopping area that's going in out there on J.R. Allen, Midland Commons. Do you take those kinds of things into I don't have any idea when that Midland Commons is going to be finished and people are going to be needing transportation to that, but I'm wondering if how that route might be influenced by that new shopping area. If we go to the Walmart, Gateway Walmart, I know that this Midland Commons is just right next door, but it is, a pretty big. I'm just curious if what we do with those kinds of things that we know are coming.
Okay, and I was not aware of that particular development, but we can certainly take a look at that. As I believe the presentation showed, if you look at the Route 6 right now, it makes a bit of a curve and comes over towards Chautauqua Road. It's possible, if it makes more sense for it to go further out. I don't know how
And as I said, I don't have any idea when that shopping area is going to be completed, but.
Yes, we're there. We take Gateway to Gateway Walmart, and then we come back across 80 to Flat Rock Road to get to Warm Springs Road, and that we're there in the Route 6.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Yes, it will be in walking distance, in my
You just have
opinion. That whole big complex, that development.
Right.
Yes, we're there.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
The bus that goes to Gateway, is that the road that runs?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
That's the Route 6.
Great, thank you.
I've got two questions. One of them is related to operator jobs. Are we going to have any staffing changes due to these changes? And the other one, I think I already know the answer to because I've researched it, but kind of in what Councilor Crabb was talking about, other options. I looked into Uber and different ride sharings. It looks like it's too expensive based off what other some articles I read about it. But is that something that could be explored to get people directly to their job? And then the question about whether or not there's going to be any sort of staffing changes?
On the staffing changes, we have not done, we'll have to, once the changes are approved, then we will do the actual scheduling, the blocking. But we are preliminarily identifying or estimating that there would be 4 less bus operator positions. As for Uber and Lyft, that is something that is being explored by more and more transit agencies around the country. It even came up just a couple of years ago here. At the time, there weren't a whole lot of examples of partnerships between Uber and Lyft and transit agencies, but that is starting to change. But there are some challenges of partnering with Uber and Lyft, and one of those is making sure that the vehicles are equipped for disabled passengers. Most Uber and Lyft vehicles, as you probably know, are not.
And so, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and you heard Ms. Hurd indicate, and I'm trying to remember who I was talking to recently, but they are having the same challenge, well, down just this past weekend, but they're having the same challenges that we have. I was down in Florida the weekend, but, you know, with hiring police officers, hiring bus operators, just the same, and you pointed out that we're not the only ones who are having difficult time, but so in all of this, as we look at the bus routes on an annual basis, we added a number of bus operators, and because we're 25 bus operators short, when she says we're going to lose, it would reduce the number of operators needed by 4. Well, it's going to be 4 of the ones that we don't have anyway. And and as we go through and we continue to have those shortages and we reduce the number of operators because we get in the service down to a level that fits, then we would be reducing positions that we can't field anyway, and it's getting us closer. So, and then you mentioned, you're absolutely right, I guess it was 3 or 4 years ago, we were hearing that some transit systems, instead of dial-a-ride, they were able to contract with Uber or Lyft. And so I had Metro staff and the Deputy City Manager Goodwin to look into it all over the country, because they kept telling us that they were able to do it, and the federal government says you can't. They don't allow for that, at least everywhere we looked all over the country, because if we could, instead of dial-a-ride, if it costs less to use Uber, then that makes sense. And so if we could figure that out, if they could figure it out across the country, it would be a big help to local transit systems.
Councilor Huff?
Yes, Mrs. Hurd, imagine you are Walmart. Behind you is the new development. So Director Evans, you come to the mic, I'm gonna get you help walk her through this. At the Flat Rock turn where you are, you're already in the area. Is that the street that's going to extend into the new development, or will it be another entry point? Do you know yet? I don't know if you know yet.
Flat Rock's going to go in.
Flat Rock's going to go straight in?
They're saying yes.
Okay. So that route, I guess, would just be expanded just to go into that particular development?
We currently go down Gateway off of 80, and we go on, gosh, I can't think of the name of the street, but it's a little cul-de-sac there beside the Gateway Walmart.
Okay, so will that extend?
Well, no, it's not the, yes, to Locust. That's it. Thank you.
So will that extend or give you an entry point? Because the development is behind Gateway.
That road's going to go through it.
Through it? Okay.
We will. Development, you can then get on Flat Rock across the street.
Okay, so you can take that to get into the development and come out and hit Flat Rock and keep moving.
Okay, we'll have to look at it.
Okay.
I don't really.
That seems to make sense, but
Okay.
I don't.
I know, I was just
And
asking
we'll
while you had everybody together.
I just know that when I see this development and I see our trolley going down Gateway, it's there. So I don't really know, how the process will end with where we turn around, but all of that development is right adjacent to where the trolley is traveling.
Okay.
So we'll definitely look at that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Counselor Garrett.
Mr. City Manager, something, we may not get any buy-in, but something we might want to explore would be talking to some of the private corporations that do have night shifts, because I would imagine they've got multiple employees who can't get access to this. And maybe if we've got government money and we get Uber to contract for a lower rate, and then they throw in a little money, we can get their employees there safely, on time, and provide better constituent services for those who don't have cars. If we could do it efficiently, I think this could be something we could do, a public partner and private-ship. We may even get some grocery stores involved, because I hate seeing people just waiting in the rain or when the conditions are bad outside. And maybe if it makes sense for a grocery store to get more customers, maybe we could get some buy-in from private companies as well.
Well, and when we were looking into Lyft and Uber, some local governments had subsidized or put local dollars in, and that's how they had Uber involved or Lyft involved in some kind of way. But it wasn't, because we were being told it was federal government money, and so we went looking, but it was not. It was local money.
All right, Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Well, what I was thinking is if we're not using our buses, maybe those companies could rent out those buses for their, using our drivers, our buses, but it's like they pay us for that trip. That's an option that we could look at. The other thing that I was wondering, when we looked at service frequency, are you saying that a bus will come into the area or into that stop every 30 to 60 minutes?
Frequency, yes. If it's a 30-minute route, then it's twice an hour. If it's a 60-minute route, then it's once an hour.
Okay, well, that's another reason why I think I'd like you guys to look into maybe more vehicles, but smaller vehicles, so that the route pickup is more frequent. Maybe it doesn't need to be on every route, but on specific routes, I'd like to see if maybe it could come every 15 minutes or something like that, especially during like the high volume times.
Yeah, well, know that now, on each of those routes that you see, on the heavier used routes, the bus may be every 30 minutes. On those where the usage is not as heavy, it'd be an hour. And where it's very infrequent, it may be an hour and a half between buses. So they already gauged that. And like on some routes, a route that's an hour and a half may have one bus on it that whole day, and that's why it's an hour and a half. But on a certain route, like a Fort Benning route, you may have 4 buses on Fort Benning, and they're all 30 minutes behind. But you got 4 buses, whereas on another route you have 1. So it's all figured out.
And we did go, there were a couple of routes that were operating every hour and a half before the changes were made, and now every route is operating at least every 60 minutes, and some are operating every 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I want, for those listening, every route does not have the same number of buses operating on that route based on usage.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Doesn't appear to be any more questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hurd. We appreciate your work.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
And next, Mayor, a few months ago, we had the Metro Transit audit, and so Metro Director Rosa Evans is here with the audit response. Ms. Rosa Evans.
Good morning again, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, and those listening. I will go through the presentation, as the city manager stated, most of what we will be talking about, we did cover on September 10th, but council asked that we come back with an update, and so that's what we're going to go through today. And with me, the managers are here of Metro, just in case there are questions that I can't answer. I asked them if they could come along for specific questions. So as I go through, I would like to read the findings and recommendations by our auditors and Metro responses to this. And again, this was an audit that started around September, October of 2018 and ended in September of 2019. So the category recommended that action be taken to stabilize the operation. The finding, expanding routes, longer hours of operation, issues with the current fleet, and a change in management has led to the ineffectiveness of the operation. And Metro's response, turnover in tenured staff since 2016 with some setbacks, so we agreed with that. However, the department mission was still being accomplished. We were still able to meet the needs of the public, of our customers. And as stated earlier, Metro's recruitment and retention challenges are no different than our other departments within the city that they face, and other transit systems as well. The operations, finding two, in the state of Georgia, anyone driving a vehicle which transports 16 or more passengers, including the driver, must maintain a commercial driver's license, CDL, with a passenger endorsement. 61 licenses were reviewed. 9 had not completely met the requirements but were either dial-a-ride drivers which did not require the certifications or were in the process of obtaining them. And that wasn't a finding. They were just going through and pointing that out. But what I would like to mention is that we did have one operator who there was 1 pound difference in the weight of his license capacity, 26,000 pounds, whereas a transit bus is 26,001. So immediately when we found that, we pulled that operator and put that operator on a non-CDL bus. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
And I apologize for interrupting. I know you've got a lot of information.
Okay.
I guess my question.
Want to go through?
No. My question is, and it's really for council and for you and the city manager. You know, a lot of this, I think we heard at the presentation of the audit. To me, it might be more purposeful to concentrate on the things that you might have acknowledged and made some adjustments or addressed. Does that make sense? Because this, if we go through that whole audit again, it's going to, we're going to be here till day after Christmas. And listen, that's just an observation. I don't know what council's thoughts are, and I'm not trying to speak for them, but I think it might be more beneficial to identify the areas that within the audit that you have addressed and what's going to be happening going forward.
I agree.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
So
Thank
you know which.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just go through.
But they'll have the packet too, to look at the explanations for some of the others, where it may just have been either an unfamiliarity with transportation or just some things that you weren't able to get out.
Okay. Well, and with that, Mayor, each of these that we addressed on September 10th pretty much stands the same, and these are closed. The one, if you don't mind, I can skip through.
That's great.
To one area in particular that I would like to mention. See, and it was the part regarding our funding with the FTA. Let's see, if you don't mind, I'll go through and see. Let's see. Okay. This one that talks about funding, without funding with the FTA, we're on a different fiscal year. For those that may not know, the federal government's fiscal year starts in October and ends in September. So for that reason, we cannot submit our grant application until the following year when this council approves our budget. So if you look at the slide, our response on 12, on slide 12, the last bullet where it says Metro has pre-award authority, because we cannot submit our grant application until council approves it, then the FTA allow us to go ahead and make purchases. So in May, whenever council usually approve the budget, that's the third quarter for FTA. They're getting ready to close out because July, August, and September is their fourth quarter. And we're just getting ready to submit our budget to FTA, which is why there's usually a lapse in our funding being approved. So, but that doesn't stop us from, an FTA, they're aware of it. Some transit systems have pre-award authority. So just want to make you aware that we have...
Timing issue.
That's correct. We have not submitted the grant application. We're going to start working on it early, so when council does approve the budget, we are ready to submit it. But otherwise, we would need your approval to submit a budget.
Okay. Councilor House had a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, in looking through this, it appears that you've answered whatever the concerns or issues were. I guess the main question I have is there something you want us to do?
Sir?
Is there something you want us to do, the council? Is there something you need us to do so that this runs better?
Well, just continue doing what you're doing. We appreciate the support because I just came back from the Georgia Transit Association with staff, and many transit systems do not have the local government support that we have in Columbus for public transit. And so we appreciate what the city does with the matching funds from the FTA. And so while it's not a lot, anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5 million in capital and planning, that funding that we get from FTA, this city government supports and matches it with 20%. And so that's what keeps things moving for us in Columbus. And unlike a lot of other systems in Georgia, do not have that support. And so that is, if there are any other questions, Mr. City Manager, anybody, but the information is there.
I was thinking you might respond to number 14. It looks like there was a question about diesel tanks, or number 14.
Okay. The finding diesel tanks are not secured and are accessible for use at all times. There's no documentation for the use of the tank when it is unattended, and this is the same response that we provided to the auditor. The tank has a fuel shutoff to secure the tanks. Metro gates are secured nightly. They're locked, chained and locked. Documentation is kept with each fueling, and the lower shop supervisor, which the lower shop is where the tanks are located, they record the beginning and ending amount of fuel in the tanks each day. So that information is documented. And I don't want to, this last slide is important to me, and that's the commitment. Metro's team is committed to serving the citizens of Columbus with their needs. Public transportation is the lifeblood of any city, and we're here to provide the best service that we can provide. And our most valuable assets are our employees, of course, equipment, buses, but employees to get the job done. And so we're looking at the service that you've requested for the health department and working with the consultants. And we've also discussed the airport, the service to the airport.
Well, Ms. Evans, thank you. And I think I can stay for council. This is going to be very beneficial for them to be able to look at some of the explanations and helps them get a little bit clearer idea of the operations of Metro. And you know, I think it's if you polled everybody around this table, they would say that the most challenging service we provide is transportation because it impacts literally everybody. And it means the difference between somebody keeping a job, somebody getting a child to the doctor. And it is a moving target because population shifts and moves. And the sad thing is when we looked at these riderships, we say, well, there are only 2 or 3 people on that bus. Well, guess what? If we discontinue that service, even though it makes sense, that's 2 or 3 people that are going to have to either give up a job or they're going to have to find another way to accomplish the transportation challenge that lies before them. So we acknowledge and we thank you for how you do this very difficult job.
Thank you,
So.
and my staff. Thank you.
And Mayor, I'm sorry. And I was going to say, as part of the Metro audit, they addressed parking, and Deputy City Manager Goodwin is going to talk about or provide a parking meter update.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Again, as the city manager has indicated, as a part of the audit presentation for Metro, the auditor did mention that there would perhaps be a need for some parking meters in Uptown. And of course, when he brought that, council concurred with those findings and asked us to take a look at what that could look like. And so in late October, Metro staff attended a National Parking Association looking at various new technologies. We have, of course, here in this community, the old technology that we had in terms of parking meter, a per space meter. You know, you don't see a whole lot of that now. Some communities still use it, but we're looking at other things. Since it's been a number of years since we've had meters, we want to see really what was out there. And so they were able to ascertain that, you know, what that is and bring that back, discuss that with us. And so as a result of that, we met with some stakeholders, which of course included Metro staff, and along the presentation, I'll kind of tell you the committee that we are looking at to look at the parking meter project in Uptown. But we were able to meet just to hear what they had to tell us in terms of what they've learned as a result of this national conference that they attended. And we got some good stuff. And again, some of the technologies that are out there are the apps that people use in terms of parking management, pay by phone, mid-block meters, and per space coin meters, and then of course solar panel meters. But when we met, we were able to discuss those things, you know, just this month with those members, and that included again Metro and Uptown Columbus was a part of that, and I'll give you those names right after this, and to include our auditor as well.
And Deputy City Manager Goodwin, let me just ask a
Yes.
quick question, I think make a point, that the big piece is that one that says public input meeting.
Yes.
So the chronology of events, the anticipated chronology of events is kind of going to be determined by the input from that public.
Exactly.
So
and
we
I'm
don't
gonna
want
talk
people thinking that this is a drop-dead date because the
Absolutely.
input they provide is necessary and it's going to be listened to.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct, and that's what this is
I
all about.
didn't want it showing up on the media and people say, well,
Yeah.
they're going to be here in February of 20.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Mhm, and I'll go through that. But
right.
again, we had our first meeting again, the initial meeting was this month. We will then have vendors that will come in to this group that we're going to meet with, and this group, of course, again, will be made up of Metro personnel, Uptown Columbus, Columbus State University, and then members of the Uptown Board. A few of them will be here, as well as the police department will be on board, and I'll give you those names shortly. But we're looking at, in January, hearing from some of the vendors so that they can share with us what the technologies can do for our community and the various types of technologies there are. We can actually kick the wheels, if you will. And so that's what this is about. After we have looked at that to see what is out there, we will then hold that public meeting because we want to hear from them. We want to know what they would like to see. Is it that you'd like to see parking meters on every street in Uptown? Do you just want to see certain high level, those high use streets to have parking meters on it. We want to hear and see what they want to see in Uptown. We're not going to make the decision. We're going to hear from them, get that input. It may be that you just want it on Broadway, First Avenue. You may want to extend it all the way to 3rd, 14th, 9th. We don't know. We need to hear from them. And then the type meters. We'll share with them what we have learned, and then they may be able to give us some, some ideas as well. And so that's the whole point of this. Letting them know what we've heard, you tell us what you'd like to see, and then getting that feedback. And after we have done that, gotten all of that feedback, then of course we will then come back to council and let you know what we heard from the citizens regarding this issue.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Councilor Davis?
Yes, ma'am, Deputy City Manager Goodwin. And you're probably going to get a pot full of all kinds of responses on that. But let me just tell you from our perspective, or how it's viewed from where I'm at when we asked you. This is more. This is it's a parking management issue.
That's correct.
And that we're trying to manage the parking in the area, and we're trying to push people to the parking decks and places like that. So if you got premier spots or premium spots, certainly that becomes a management issue. I don't look at this as a revenue generator or anything else. It's clearly with the hotels, the convention hotel, and limited space, it becomes a parking management matter to push people in the right, or push vehicles in usage in the right area. So it's not really, we're just putting meters in, and hopefully that's not how it's presented to the public. But, that should be the focus, is it's a management tool to utilize parking down in that area efficiently and allow for that usage to be used efficiently, and just having the spaces available is.
You're absolutely right. It's not about parking enforcement. It's all about parking management. Making what really at the end of the day, we want to provide opportunities for everyone to be able to utilize parking on street. And so we got to have that constant turnover, and this is going to help us get to that point.
Right, and along with that, I think you're talking about strategic areas.
That's correct.
So.
Yeah. But again, we don't want to say what those areas are going to be. We want to hear from the public.
Exactly, exactly. Well, I mean, and it's going to take a lot of work from the staff too to figure out that, because you guys, I guess that's the whole idea, is to push the parking in the right direction. You have to figure that out.
Yeah. It's going to be some work, and that's what we're looking to do. And then, of course, once we've come and presented the findings from those public meetings, we'll share with council what that looks like. We will then go back and create those specifications so that we can put out to bid and see what type of response we get back in terms of what we're looking for in terms of this parking management tool.
Councilor Thomas?
Yes.
I would like to make a suggestion. I've heard a lot of conversation from business owners in Uptown about their employees and where they can park, and the fact that they have to go now and move their car and all of those kinds of things. And I don't know if it would be possible at the parking meter demonstration session, but certainly at the public input meeting, I would like to request that we contact all of those businesses, I would think from the river to about 3rd Avenue, 2nd Avenue, 9th Street to 14th Street, with a flyer and say, we're having this meeting, come to this meeting, let us know what you are experiencing, let us know what you need. I know that there are a number of businesses in the area that have parking lots, and some of them share with other businesses in the area. We need all of that input so that we can do whatever is most beneficial for everybody there. So You know, when you said parking meter demonstrations, I thought, that might be something I'd like to see. You know, just what's out there and what are our choices kind of thing. But particularly for that February meeting, let's make sure that we get a flyer or an announcement or something into the hands of every one of those businesses so that they know that the meeting is going to take place.
That's right.
And they can be there and have their input.
Okay, and the beauty is that Ross Horner is a part of this, and so what he will be able to do as the CEO and president of Uptown is we'll be able to shoot that out to every business in the Uptown for us.
Well, but there are other businesses in that corridor that may not be members of Uptown. I'm thinking, for example, some of the people that have offices in the corporate center. You know, they may not be members, but they need to know that this is what we're doing because it will affect their customers. So.
Well, we will ensure that every business in Uptown
Just make sure
receives
that
it.
they all are.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make sure that happens.
How far
Thank
north
you.
does the parking management area go?
14th. It goes
14th?
from 9th, or from 9th to 14th, and then from, Bay to 3rd.
Bay to
3rd.
Because there is
Third.
development taking place there on 13th, and that may necessitate at some point looking to widen it or lengthen it by a block, maybe.
We'll look at that. Thank you. And of course, again, we'll do the specifications and then come back with a recommendation to this council. Just to quickly just show you what some of the other communities have, Macon-Bibb County, they use technologies that include a parking app. And that's something that certainly we want to look at. And this, the meeting that we'll have, the demonstrations will show us how that's used, where people will be able to, from their phones, reserve a parking space without actually being there, you know, parking in there. So they'll be able to reserve and do that. And those are the kinds of technologies that we'd love to see. Miami, Florida, again, pay by phone, mobile app, same thing. That's kind of what they're using. And of course, you know, you can get all different types and looks of parking meters. Charlotte, North Carolina, again, uses this system, and you can see so far, everybody's using the apps. Everybody using these apps. Then, of course, Montgomery, Alabama, different look, but also using the Park Mobile app. Savannah, Georgia still uses some of the coin meters, the old coin meters, solar panel meters. They also use those. But again, they utilize the app. So everybody is getting in that new technology. Atlanta, Georgia also uses a number of different integrated mobile apps, not just one in particular, but several that integrate with their system. Those that we are working with, of course, on the committee, including myself, is John Redmond, our internal auditor, will be a part of that. The Metro Director, Rosa Evans, Everett Fleming, who is the manager of the planning for Metro. Then our manager for our parking management division, Tarana Crawford. Then Ross Horner of Uptown Columbus, Reynolds Bickerstaff, who's the board chair for Uptown Columbus, will be a part of that. Jeff Davis, Columbus State University, and Command Sergeant Grant with CPD. And so those persons will be a part of pulling all of this together and working with us on that, just to make sure that nothing is overlooked, nothing is, no misstep in terms of this process.
Councilor Woodson?
Lisa, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I had a question for you because I was just in on Clearwater, Florida, and I saw some of these, but we didn't use an app. Are these that you've been demonstrating you can use an app, or you can just put your credit card while you're right there?
Both.
You could do both on
Yes.
these that you're looking at?
Yes, but you can do it again on all of these, the technologies with apps. You can, you know, because in order to do it on the app, you have to use a credit card, debit card or something in order to reserve that space.
Okay, and when I'm thinking of an app, I'm thinking about my phone. I'm
Right.
downloading an app, but not everybody downloads things on their phone. So that's why I was asking, is it has the capability to just go ahead and put your license plate in, put your credit card in, they'll just go ahead and take care
In
of it.
addition to the app, it's still used the old-fashioned way where you can actually put your money in, your card in, or otherwise. And so
Yeah.
it's, yes.
Because the one I was using in Florida, you can either put your money in it, you can use your credit card, or you can use an app. You
Yes.
had those three choices, so there was no way,
Yeah.
that could be mistaken. Now, I was curious to see how did they know, that you paid or not. But on one of them, I had to put my license plate. And that's how they knew how it was. Another one, I had to put the little paper on my windshield.
Okay,
So,
yes. That lets them know.
I've been experiencing there's different types, so I'm glad you're gonna bring them, we can discuss.
That's right.
I have one suggestion. I saw the committee, and I think it's wonderful, but I think at some point, we should have a citizen or a user to be a part of it, because
Okay.
they're the ones that are going to be using it from day to
Great
day.
idea.
I'm just thinking about, and Judy, you're right, my son-in-law works at downtown, and he's gotten a couple of tickets, because he don't move it every, and I told him, well, you don't have no business doing that, you should go in the parking lot anyway.
Yeah, maybe we'll look at a business
know,
in one of the businesses.
But,
downtown.
and two, a little bit reminder of the past, what happened with Uptown is too many employees were parking in front, and business, and customers didn't have no parking. That's how all this came about.
Which still happens today.
Right, and the owners were upset because people weren't coming to their businesses because they didn't have parking, but the reason they didn't have parking was because the employee was parked there.
But again,
Just
that
to
goes.
bring our new people kind of up to date on how we came to this completely.
That goes back to the whole parking management plan and the idea, so that's what we're gonna be looking at, all of those things.
Okay, thank you. I was just
Additional-
wanted to add those 2 points
Okay.
and see. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we got one more. Counselor Davis.
One other comment I'd like you to focus on too in your discussions is you may want to look at the matter of valet parking. And, just a lot of us, we tend to take the easy route. And so if I got to pay $7, $8 over here, I'm going to go look maybe for an easier route to take, which might be parking on the street. So those areas, sites are going to be premium. And, people are going to tend to try to find an easier way to do things. And that's where your parking management comes in and sending them in the right direction if they make that choice. So you may want to focus on, since there's I think there's a lot of valet activity starting to come into the uptown area and the community area. That just kind of, I think that's going to be a interesting area to try to work on.
Okay, we'll do that, thank you. We'll look at that.
I think that's
All right,
it.
thanks.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, next I've got our Finance Director, Angelica Alexander, with a monthly finance update that is also going to address the reserve fund or fund balance.
Good morning. So I'll start first with the monthly financial snapshot. This is as of November 2019. Just starting to the right of the snapshot, the general fund, when comparing November 2019 to November 2018, is up 10.14%. The other local option sales tax fund is up 9.04%. The stormwater sewer fund is up 1.30%. The paving fund is up 0.92%. The medical center fund is up 0.90%. The integrated waste fund is up 2.52%. The emergency telephone fund is down 12.88%, and again, that is just a timing difference. I do fully expect that this will stabilize as we get further on through the fiscal year. The state started collecting this particular revenue source back in January, and so there are timing differences in when we actually receive the certain revenues within this fund. The Economic Development Authority Fund is up 0.90%. The debt service fund is up 3.15%, I'm sorry, 315.25%, and that is due to the refunding that we did earlier this year, so that's the reason for that abnormality. The transportation fund is down 6.43%, and again, that's a timing difference in terms of the revenues when they were posted in November 18 as opposed to November 2019. The Trade Center Fund is down 12.23%. Bull Creek Golf Course Fund is up 7.14%. Oxbow Creek Golf Course Fund is down 3.30%. And the Civic Center Fund is up 1.70%. Moving further down the snapshot to the other local option sales tax revenues, the public safety summary. We have year-to-date revenues reported of just over $9 million. As far as the expenditures, year-to-date is $10.7 million. The other local option sales tax infrastructure revenue is roughly $3.8 million, with expenditures being reported of just over $500,000. We move over to the left side of the snapshot, particularly referencing the general fund expenditures. So the goal as of November 2019 is that you would be at or above 58.33%. So those departments that are highlighted in yellow are the departments that are outside of that current goal, starting with the litigation in the city attorney's office. Again, we're still defending several million in claims. For the information technology department, again, there's a timing difference in terms of when we pay several annual software lease maintenance agreements. Again, this is one of those departments that will stabilize as we get further on in the fiscal year. For the employee benefits, we recently made our annual death benefit and major disability payments. That is a once-a-year expenditure. So I fully expect that this, again, will stabilize as we get further into the fiscal year. The real estate, this is due to the building maintenance and repairs that we're currently making at Legacy Terrace. This is obviously offset by revenues that we receive within the general fund, as well as some fund balance that council approved the use of to make those repairs, those major repairs. For the engineering department, this is again due to the annual payment for the Motorola maintenance contract. This is a payment that's made at the beginning of each fiscal year. So this will stabilize as we get further in the FY20. For the jury manager, this is due to the jury summons subscriptions that we pay at the beginning of the year, as well as the petted jury fees. You know, that is something that you try to at best estimate, but it just really all depends on the amount of jurors that the judges may need. So that is definitely on the watch list for this year. And then for the public defender's office, we pay that monthly contract to the state 1 month in advance, and so this will always be on this list, but again, nothing that I am concerned about at this point in time. So that is the monthly finance snapshot in a nutshell, and I'll entertain any questions for council before moving on to the next presentation.
Any questions? Doesn't look like it.
All right. So the next presentation here, I was really excited to share this information with City Council, and the City Manager advised at the previous council meeting that we would come back at an update, because I just, couldn't keep still with the news that I wanted to.
Yeah, Mayor, she was so excited. She wanted to do it at the last meeting.
I saw.
So jumping right into the presentation here, FY19, we are pretty much coming to a close with our audit. I would say we're roughly 97, 98% done with the FY19 audit. However, I have to leave a sort of disclaimer on this slide because that audit is not yet complete. But right now, the estimated fund balance for FY19 has a total of 81.24 days, 34.29 days in the general fund.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes.
40.62 days for OLOS Public Safety, and for OLOS Infrastructure, 6.33 days, again, for a total of 81.24 days. So this chart here is just a depiction of fund balance history going back to FY08, where it was all comprised of the general fund, and we were at 102, just over 102 days. And again, this just shows the last 12 years. I mean, the thing to note on this particular slide is for fiscal year 14, there was a change in the way we reported our reserves in terms of the long-term notes receivables that we had on the books. So I just wanted to make note of that change. And then you'll see as we migrate from year to year, we've had a steady increase in our fund balance reserves to get to this particular point. This slide here just shows the composition of fund balance in terms of it in a percentage.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Back one.
Mayor, Councilor Thomas.
Ms. Alexander, in looking at this, in 2008, we did not have the OLOS fund.
Correct.
2009 is when we first started collecting, and in 2010, I recall that we had to
roll back
that. Is that why 9 and 10 does not show any OLOS fund contribution to the fund balance?
Correct. We didn't have any reserves really to report for those 2 years, and that's why you'll see in FY11 we show the reserves from OLOS.
And each year that has,
each year since FY11, the OLOS fund has been included in the makeup of our fund balance, and it fluctuates. For the most part, it has increased over time, primarily due to us needing to maintain our 60-day level. But as we can see on this next slide, we're really trying to reverse that trend. Again, this just goes back to where we were in 2008 with 100% being within being general fund reserves. And this just showing the composition of OLOS versus general fund over time. You can see the decline in the general fund balance from 2008 to 2016. But over the last 3 fiscal years, we've sort of reversed that trend in 17, 18, most certainly 19, where we're at 42% of the general fund reserves being our reserve balance. So that is a significant change from where we were when we were down to 54.54 days in FY16.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Okay, walk me through this a little bit further, because OLOS funds can only be used for certain things. And the general balance, the fund balance is funds that we have for emergency purposes. Is that, or?
Well,
it's our savings
It's
account.
our savings, essentially, yes.
Okay, so it's kind of confusing to me to have funds in our savings account that we can't use, that are, designated for something that we can't use for just anything. Does it give us a little bit of false security to have funds in there that have special purposes?
Well, and I'll yield to you to respond, but I would say to you that, it's an emergency, in an emergency, if there were an emergency, and those dollars are in reserve, this council could make the decision that we've got to take care of the emergency. The only restriction is the restriction around this table where you said we're going to put 70% in public safety and 30% for infrastructure roads. But, you know, if we had a dire emergency, you can say this council could just, you could handle it.
But I will add to that and say that if there were some cataclysmic event that
Yes.
shut off our revenues, we still have to pay public safety. So that OLOST funds that's in reserve would, in all likelihood, still be earmarked entirely for public safety as we continue to try to, that savings account is there in case something happens with the economy or some kind of, you know, I don't know, military issue. We'd have to operate the government, and that's part of operating the government. So I would anticipate that OLOST reserve would be primarily focused on public safety as it was intended. But the city manager is correct. That split was done by a resolution. Could not make it a law because you can't bind future councils, but it was intended to accurately express the sentiment of council that that's what they wanted that done for. And I know there's even been talk about trying to renew that every 5 years, every 10 years, if that's a desire, just so that the new sitting council can express their intent for the use of that money. But I will tell you, we have been focusing on trying to get that a little more balanced, and we made a little headway this year. Excuse me, the challenge is that when you've got that money in your savings account, and I hate to say that because it makes the public think that there's a pot of money sitting out there, and these are fluid funds. They're used to cover our expenses throughout the year. It's just that at the end of the year on our balance sheet, it shows that we had that little bit of an increase. But the tendency is to want to provide some of the capital items that we have held back on, and certainly that's under the purview of this council. But if you do that, then it kind of minimizes, maybe even negates the advance we've been able to make on increasing the percentage of our fund balance that is attributed to the general fund. Does that make sense?
Well, and I think it lets bond rating agencies know, it lets the Government Finance Officers Association know where they say no less than 60, and we have an administrative policy of 90, that if something happens in our community, that we can buy time to get out of that situation and we're not bankrupt. We don't have to just shut down.
Right.
And there have been cities
Or
in
bankrupt.
Georgia that
Oh,
couldn't
yeah,
make payroll.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, there's been cities that have gone bankrupt,
Yep.
so, okay.
Is that all, Counselor?
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it.
Counselor Davis?
Yeah, and I was going to say, just keep in mind, I think we all know and remember, and I'm sure we're going to be reminded again from the external auditor. I think the last time he came in here, he said that he wanted this body to work towards a 75-day goal in the fund balance, or what we would call reserve. That's where he would like it to be. It's a challenge to get there, but you're going to have to keep chipping away at it, and it looks like we can do that. The one thing that I wanted to piggyback off on, we're talking about a restricted fund when we talk about OLOST. I mean, it is a restricted fund. It's restricted to the 70-30. But what people get confused about, everybody says, well, you didn't give it to this person, or you didn't give it to that person, or you didn't fund this, that. That money goes in a lot of different directions and covers a lot of different departments in public safety. And not only personnel, but also capital improvements and things of that nature, whether software enhancements, technology. It's moving in a lot of different directions under the heading of public safety. But it actually goes over into the judicial side of this government. And then when you talk about the infrastructure, there are several aspects there that it's covering, whether it's the integrated waste fund, or landfill, or road construction projects, things of that nature. So that money gets spread out real quick, and somewhat it's used, it's budgeted. So there's not any extra, and if you do want to do something and pick one department that you say that didn't get what they requested or how it was presented, or whatever, you got to take from somebody else. It's got to come from somebody else to go over there. I mean, because the money has been budgeted and it's spread, it's put in places and used. And it's based, I think, Ms. City Manager, correct me wrong, but it's somewhat of a calculated percentage. It's a percentage, especially in our larger, like CPD, Sheriff's Department, Fire Department, our larger departments, but it's kind of been dedicated on the judicial side and some of those areas for whether it's personnel or services and all, but the percentages, if more money comes in, a greater percentage goes to those larger departments to utilize, but they utilize it, and if they didn't, they would have to go into the general fund, or the money that's being budgeted out of the general fund, and you know, they wouldn't have enough to make it work. They really wouldn't. So that's just something that gets confused, I think, in conversation out in the community and how people perceive that penny. But I don't know what this city would do without that penny. I mean, that was one of the biggest infusions of improving our community and providing services that I've ever seen. I mean, it's talked about in many ways, but when you really break it down, where would we be today without that penny? I just asked that question. I would hate to have to manage that budget, or to even be the budget chair or anybody involved in that. I'd hate to,
34 days.
oh my gosh, I'd hate to be running the finances of this government, because I'd hate to be managing this city manager. It'd be tough making those decisions, because that wouldn't be a pretty picture. That's right. But that's just something that I don't think is seen a lot or talked about in the community. But I mean, this number right here is incredible, and I think it also includes a carryover from last year, if I'm not mistaken. So it's all put in there together, but that's just a sign of good management. I think the citizens could look at it. I mean, we're financially in good shape and meeting the goals that you know, have been asked from that standpoint, and being good, physical, financially accountable to the citizens of Columbus. So I'm hoping, Mr. City Manager, that this year, it was kind of interesting on that graph on a couple of years of, I think I know the answer to it, but I want to ask what were the big issues that caused a depletion in the general fund, the fund balance, as far as ending days. I think I know the answer to that, but that's an interesting question. But I'm hoping we can do some of the things that we've always talked about this year in our budget. We've never been able to because of the, not having the funds. So I'm excited about that, Mayor. I'm looking forward to your budget.
Me too. Thanks, sir. You'll continue?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
just clicking on
What Councilor Davis said, we authorized 187 positions in the various public safety departments to be paid by the OLAW. So when people say, usually when they say 70%, they say for the police department. No, it's not just the police department. It's all public safety, and it's a total of 187 positions that are authorized to be paid out of this.
Yes, sir.
And that's a great point to add to that. Another thing that gets confused out in the community, since we're having this discussion, is you hear a lot about the 100 police officers. And you know what, well, you don't have them hired. Where's all that money? Well, that money is budgeted. It's budgeted. If you do hire them, you can hire them. I mean, it's not like they're knocking our doors down, signing up to be a police officer these days, or part of the sheriff's office. Not a lot of, it's a very competitive market, but those positions are funded. And if somebody does, and they go through training and they make it, the money's got to be there to pay these people. So it is there, and it's budgeted, and it's pretty much earmarked. And then, of course, we've made some very crucial decisions around this table and using some of those positions and the funds to do recruiting and retention and putting additional pay plans in place, which that's been a good thing that this council's been able to do as well for public safety. I'm going to say it's not enough, but we keep chipping away at it. With what we have, we can keep chipping away at it. And so that's been a good thing. But that gets confused in the community as to, we're not managing, or the city's not managing the money well, or it's being hid somewhere, it's going somewhere. No, it's not. It's all being accounted for.
Very good.
That's a great point, the 187 positions, because we also fund out of this OLOS 1,318 supplements to our sworn officers, in addition to the positions. So this chart here is just shows where our differences, our major differences come into play in terms of the budget for FY19, where we were, what we budgeted, what we actually received. Obviously, just to sort of caveat this slide before I really get into the weeds, a lot of this, about half, almost half of what we show here as the difference is already included in our FY20 budget. So we did recognize some of these increases as we made our budget projections for FY20. But the sales taxes, having a difference of $2.9 million, this is just general fund, $2.9 million in sales taxes over budget. Insurance premium was over about $1 million. Georgia Power franchise fees was over about $900,000. Recorder's Court fines were over about $900,000, and this really didn't pick up until the last quarter of the fiscal year. So that could have had something to do with the additional judges that council authorized in Recorder's Court, but that really picked up in the last quarter of the fiscal year. The investment income, that's up a difference of almost $400,000, and that's just having more money on hand to invest in terms of us receiving any revenues from our investments. Insurance, real estate transfer fees was up $325,000. Sheriff fees up $225,000, and that's for the state prisoner housing, the transports, the bonds that are paid at the, when you bond someone out, that's all encapsulated in the sheriff's fees there. The payphone fees that was at the Muskogee County Prison as well as the Muskogee County Jail, that being up over budget, $225,000, as well as our tax commissions being up about $200,000. And that is the commissions that we receive for the services provided by the tax assessor's office, the tax commissioner's office to the Muskogee County School District, as well as the bid districts. So that, in a nutshell, is the presentation, and I'll entertain any additional questions from council at this time.
I think they're all grinning ear to ear and don't have any questions.
You're talking about where we are currently?
Up
It's about 7.
6, what are we up to date?
Up to date, so based,
On this.
we ended, it was about 6%. Yes, ma'am, it was up about 6% over FY18. That's where we ended in FY19 in terms of the sales taxes.
So it's a good thing.
And currently, like I said, on the snapshot, the OLOS fund, which also includes some investment income, is up about 9%, but the sales taxes themselves is up about 8%, just sales taxes.
Good job, good job, good job.
Well, Mr.
No, I was just going to point out that this is a great, great report, but I think for people watching at home to think that there's this influx of money and that our revenue level, income level has risen by that amount, it's not completely accurate, because some of these, it is really good news because they are the type of revenue generators that could be a trend, which would allow us to have a little bit more operating revenue. But a lot of them are kind of one-offs where they have had a spike, and that's great. It's going to help us, pad our fund balance and maybe even make some capital purchases. But it's important to note that it's not just another, $8 million, $7 million that we can spend on a month-to-month basis.
Right.
Absolutely.
So Mayor, let me just take this opportunity to thank our Finance Director, Angelica Alexander, and her team. She has a great team, lots of experience, but we're going to lose some of that experience. But she has a great team, does a great job. So thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
She's sometimes, pardon? No. I don't want to call their names on air, but, you know, we've got some people that's going to retire. Yeah. Yeah.
She's like, no.
But
We're not losing them. We know where they'll be. They just won't be here.
That's right, Mayor. Gone fishing, yeah. But we've got a great team, and that's great news. And she was so excited last week, and she walked up, and you heard me tell the mayor, we'll brief you next week, because we haven't had a chance to talk to the mayor. She walked up and she shared the info. I'm like, we're not getting ready to discuss that right here, right now, you know. And so, but it's good news, and she was excited, I'm excited, and I hope you are. With that, we're going to have our HR Director come and talk about Department of Labor overtime ruling.
Councilor Woodson.
Before we that, Mayor, I wanted to ask the Clerk of Council to, so I don't forget, to put my vote for item 1, 2, 3 as a yes, please. And to Angelica, you did an amazing job, you and your team. Thank you very much. We truly, truly appreciate it, because without you, we'll be lost and broke.
HR Director Aretha Hollowell.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. City Manager, Mayor, and Council. This will be a very brief presentation today with regard to the Department of Labor's final overtime ruling that I did want to share with you all just for your information purposes and for our employees. In terms of this ruling by the Department of Labor that was passed back in September of this year and will be implemented in January of 2020. So this is just to share with you how the Columbus Consolidated Government will be complying with this Department of Labor's ruling. So the Department of Labor, it updated its regulations that are issued under the Fair Labor Standards Act to allow for workers to be entitled, more workers to be entitled to overtime pay by updating, they're doing this by updating the salary threshold. You may recall back in 2016, the Department of Labor made a similar type of ruling in in 2016. However, it was halted by the courts and was not passed, but it's come up again, and it is expected that it will be implemented in January of 2020. So the City of Columbus has made preparation to implement that. And as seen here, this is expected to impact workers, 1.3 million workers in the United States. And the goal, of course, is to ensure that workers are fairly compensated for the work that they do. So now there are several key provisions of this overtime ruling. There are 4 provisions that were published by the Department of Labor. I won't spend time on all 4 of them because they do not, the CCG is not impacted by them. The only one that we need to concentrate on and that we've worked on is the very first one there in terms of the exemption rule. In terms of, so it's the raises standards. The salary threshold standard was since 2004 for exempt status was at $23,660 annually. That's how much a person had to make in order to be classified as exempt under this rule. This new salary threshold moves that to $35,568 annually in order for a person to be classified as exempt. Again, I won't go over the others because the City of Columbus is not impacted by those, but I list them on here so that you'll know that there are other things that the DOL did pass. The number 2 has to do with the highly compensated employees, does not impact us. The other, number 3, has to do with the ability to be able to provide discretionary incentives and bonuses up to 10% to reach that annual salary threshold. But again, these do not impact the Columbus Consolidated Government. So in terms of our options of how we might go about implementing this final DOL ruling, there are things that we can do. Here are some of what our options would be. We could change our employee pay status from non-exempt if their salary is less than $35,568. We can limit the employee's work hours to 40 hours per week. We can pay overtime and compensatory time at time and a half for any time that's worked over 40 hours in a week. And we can raise the employee's salary above this threshold of $35,568 if we have employees that are classified as exempt and make less than the $35,568. And for the most part, the Columbus Consolidated Government is already in compliance with this. So for those folks that would be under this exemption category, the duties test, what would cause you to be exempt does not change in terms of this particular group of exempt folks is executive, administrative, and professional exemptions. The duties test to become exempt does not change. The only thing that changes here is the salary threshold. So the impact.
What does that mean?
What qualifies a person to be exempt? For example, you supervise X number of people, typically at least 2 people. You your responsibility is to make certain types of decisions. You have the ability to make decisions like hiring or firing, those sorts of things. You're given a certain amount of responsibility. And so the impact to local government, state and local governments like CCG must comply with the final ruling, and we are. And the difference, one of the difference for local governments and state governments is that we can pay via comp time or compensatory time in lieu of overtime. That's a benefit that local and state governments have that the private sector cannot do. So in terms of how does this actually impact us, local government and our employees that are currently working for us. So we look at hourly employees, part-time, temporary, seasonal workers. Those group of employees are already eligible to receive overtime and or comp time. So this ruling does not impact them. There is no change. For law enforcement, fire protection, emergency response personnel, those folks are already eligible to receive overtime and or comp time. So this rule does not impact them. In terms of non-exempt employees, if you're already classified as non-exempt, then you are already eligible to receive comp time or overtime. So this ruling does not impact those employees. If you by chance have an employee that has a title of salaried worker, but they are non-exempt, they will continue to be eligible to receive comp time and overtime. So this rule does not impact them. So how is the Columbus Consolidated Government going about making an assessment and being able to apply and implement this rule? So these are the steps that we have taken. And one of the good things, as I said, because we did this, I guess like a trial run, you might say, back in 2016, we went through this process already. So this implementation is fairly easy for us because we have done it before. So one of the first things that we've done is we review our current workforce. We took a look at all our employees. We applied the salary test, applying the salary test to determine how many of our employees make more or less than the $35,568, and then what category did they fall in? Are they exempt or are they non-exempt? And then, of course, we engaged the departments for those employees where we might have employees that or classified as exempt but make less than the $35,568. And then, of course, we look at the budget impact, which, as I'll discuss on my next slide, is expected to be very minimal. So for those folks that would be classified as exempt but make less than the $35,568, their status, their position status is being changed to non-exempt. What that does, it makes those employees now eligible to receive either comp time or overtime. So what we cannot do is say what the exact budget impact of that will be, because that will become effective January 1 of 2020. What I will say is the budget impact is expected to be very minimum because the number of employees impacted is very small, and what I mean by very small, like 20 or less. And those employees will either receive comp time at time and a half or overtime at 1.5 times the rate.
And that can be controlled by department heads.
That is correct.
So,
That is correct. And just so finally, as I've already stated, those positions that are classified as exempt and earn less than $35,568 have already been reviewed, and their position status will be adjusted to non-exempt. And of course, by January 1 of 2020, this will be implemented, and we will continue to pay our employees who earn overtime or comp time, as we're already doing that now. Again, this ruling impacts us very little, unlike back in 2016 when the proposed threshold was at $47,000, but because it's at $35,563, we have very few employees to consider whether they are either non-exempt or exempt and make less than that $35,568. So that's my presentation, and I will entertain any questions if you have them.
At this time, I do not see any questions. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Holiday, for the presentation.
Counselor, I'm going to ask, you stay there for a second. You didn't know I was going to ask you to do this, but would you remind the council members, and I want you to remind them so that employees who are watching can hear this, there's a pay adjustment for employees in January.
Right.
Some will get 1%, some will get 2%. Would you kind of tell us about that?
Sure. During the FY20 budget, council approved a pay increase for employees. So all employees will receive a 1%. All full-time regular and part-time regular employees will receive a 1% pay increase come January 1 of 2020. And all full-time employees who were on payroll as of June 30 of 2018 will receive an additional 1% pay increase come January 1 of 2020. So a percentage of employees will receive a 2% pay increase, and then another percentage of employees, those employees that were hired after on July 1 or after in 2018 will receive a 1% pay increase, and those part-time employees will also receive a 1% pay increase.
So I need you to say the dates again. So if you were on payroll
As of June 30th of if you were on payroll as of June 30th, 2018, you will receive a 2% pay increase. This is for full-time employees.
So if you were on payroll June 26 of 2018, you will get 1%.
You will get 2.
Say it again now.
Okay. If you were on payroll, if you were hired and working for the city, and you were on our payroll as a full-time employee as of June 30th of 2018, you will receive a 2% pay increase.
Yes, but my question is, if you were on payroll the day before or the day after June 30th, that's what I need to say.
July 1st, sure. So if you, yeah.
This is why we're going over it.
That's why we're going, that's why I'm doing it. That was a test. That was a test.
Okay.
So if you were on payroll July 1, 2018,
You will receive, and you're a full-time regular employee, you
You will
will receive
receive-
a 1%
so you
pay
missed it by
increase.
1 day.
That is correct. But
And-
you will receive a 1% pay increase. Yes.
You
and-
okay?
I am okay now. That was a test. But I just want to make sure, because employees, we're going to send out an all-user email,
Right.
and we're going to ask department heads to help make sure they communicate this, but someone's not going to get it.
Right.
And we want them to get it right.
Absolutely.
And if they don't get it, don't call the city manager
Right.
or the mayor. by the way.
Call HR somewhere. But thank you, HR Director Rita Hollowell. Next, just very quickly, Deputy City Manager Hodge is going to do a capital projects survey update.
So just a quick update. Last week I was here and we went through kind of the planning process on capital projects. We held 8 public meetings in October and November. And one of our next steps that we talked about was having that survey available online. So just wanted to provide the citizens with that link. So if you go to the city's homepage, you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a 2020 capital projects survey. All you need to do is click on the link, and it will take you to that survey. Provides a brief overview of what we're requiring citizens to do. We definitely want their input. We received 31 surveys as a result of the public meetings. We have now received 491 surveys through the online process that we just recently launched at the end of last week. So we're getting really good traffic. I just want to get as many surveys. We'll have this open until January 15th. So please share this on your social media pages and direct citizens to this site to provide that input. But as you scroll down, we're asking that you provide us the information if you think any of these projects on the list are things that we must do, things that is not necessarily the highest priority, and then the final is things that can wait for another day. We're utilizing this to create an A, B, and C list in order to move forward with the capital projects. And then at the end of the survey, we have all the different categories: public safety, parks and rec, golf courses, trade center, civic center, the government center and judicial center is on here as well, IT, road projects. But at the bottom, we'll have a list where you can give us your feedback. You can provide projects that you did not see on the list, as well as comments. And we've received a lot of really good comments and suggestions through this process that will be coming back in January and sharing the results of that with council, as well as a second round of public meetings on what we heard from the citizens, not just from the meetings, but also from the survey. So I just wanted to make sure everyone is processing their survey online and giving us their feedback.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilor Huff?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
On the second round of meetings, will we be doing another group of 8?
That will be up to council. We had told each area that we would be coming back. We didn't get a lot of participation, but we are open to do as many public meetings as necessary. We might want to do some Facebook Live and some of those things, and maybe we'll get a little more participation from those types of meetings. But we'll definitely be scheduling those.
Okay, because I'm thinking in my situation, and Councilor Woodson, possibly Councilor Thompson, that we could find a general point maybe for the 3 districts to have one meeting and have a better turnout.
I think that would be excellent to do that.
Okay.
And, you know, hopefully we'll have a better turnout once we are publicizing, we are presenting what we heard. We're presenting a list. I think people will be interested in showing up to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the final update, Mayor and Council, I'm going to call on Director Pat Beegler for a tree canopy update. We've been talking about trees and tearing up driveway aprons and tearing up yards, and so she's going to talk to us about those things today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's see. Before I get started on the actual presentation, I'd like to introduce the new city arborist, Mike Bird. I'm not going to read his credentials, but Mike, please stand up.
Welcome, Mike.
We have spent quite a bit of time going through the city ordinance, the UDO together, looking at all the references to trees in preparation for this presentation. And we've seen some things that we can alter, so I'll be talking about those today. His duties not only include being city arborist, but also managing the city's tree inventory and managing both beautification and urban forestry. This is a refresher from last time I talked. Urban Forestry has 21 employees. We get about 3,600 work requests per year. If you get down to it, there are something like 1.5 million to 2 million trees on city-owned property within the county. And if you just want to even that out, it's about 100,000 trees per employee in that division. So it is not a heavily staffed division by any means. The city ordinance gives the arborist some responsibilities specifically to protect the trees on public and private property. Notice it says both private and public, now and into the future. Allow tree removal only when a hardship exists, not simply for inconvenience, and the language is very specific. Prepare a plan to prevent canopy loss and maintain the trees. Pruning is our most needed maintenance, or the maintenance that's most often required. I'm going to address specific issues rather than cover the whole world. These are the 6 that have come up the most with tree removal requests, driveway damage, the large tree at South Commons, Georgia Power Agreement, canopy loss, and tree maintenance and pruning. Go through this as smoothly and as quickly as we can. Tree removal is obviously the most controversial. I hear about it a lot from citizens. We hear about it from council. Last year we got 1,478 tree calls. 49% of those calls there were actually cause to remove the trees, and we did so. So over 700 trees were removed last year when citizens called in and said, I have this tree in my front yard, it's in the right-of-way, and we go out and check it out. We will remove the tree if the health rating is below 50, and then we look at other factors such as inadequate growing space, undesirable species, and if roots are causing damage, which we evaluate as a hardship. And then we do kind of a combination. If you've got a health rating of 55, but other things that are questionable and it's clear the tree needs to go, then we'll go ahead and remove it. So it's not a hard and fast, simply looking at the health of the tree. We do look at other factors. These are two quotes from the ordinance that I think that you needed to see just to make sure. It says, in extraordinary conditions pertaining to the property in question that would result in a particular hardship to the owner, as distinguished from a minor inconvenience if the strict letter of these regulations were carried out. And we do our best to interpret that appropriately when we're making decisions about trees. In addition, it says where the city shall be responsible for appropriate corrective measures which are least damaging to the tree. So the emphasis is very, very much in the UDO on protecting trees as much as we possibly can. We won't remove a tree if we go out. We get a lot of them turn out to be on private property, and that then is the responsibility of the property owner to remove the tree. Sometimes it's not the danger the city thinks. We have some pines out there that lean something awful, but when we look at them, there's no upheaval, there's no instability there, and we don't remove them because they're leaning. Trees not causing the damage alleged by the citizen. And we very frequently have that's damaging my house, it's damaging this, it's damaging that. And in many cases it is, but in a lot of cases it is not. And we have to look at that in as common sense a manner as we possibly can. This is one of those leaning trees, perfectly sound. There's no upheaval at the root system, but it does make a lot of people very uncomfortable. And anytime someone calls, we go out and check for safety immediately or as quickly as we can. And usually if there's a hint of a safety issue, we're there within 24 hours or less, same day. To look at, and I know there is a desire to remove or allow removal of more trees from the public right-of-way in front of people's homes than a lot of people would like, and this is where the controversy lies. I've identified 3 options that we can put into place if you so choose. So let me talk you through those. The first, of course, is to enhance our existing process. We're trying to be as flexible as possible and as reasonable when we look at other considerations besides just tree health. We have actually a very multi-layered appeal process that has, to my knowledge, never been utilized. We want to fully implement that appeals process as it's laid out in the ordinance. We want to develop, and we're talking about this, but we're not far enough along to give you any details, to develop a program for cutting or blocking roots where it's appropriate. And then we'd have to evaluate the cost of that root treatment program if we do that once we can confirm what that looks like. If you look at the process, it's something we referred citizens to, but we haven't handed them a package and said, here's the appeals process, and we're going to be doing that. We're putting an appeals package together. The citizen calls 311, we go out and check it for safety immediately. If it is a safety issue, an imminent safety issue, we go out and remove the tree quickly. If not, we also then take the time to check if the tree is on city property, and we will evaluate the tree. Once staff makes that recommendation, advises the citizen, we either take the tree down or we tell them, we're sorry, no. If that removal is denied and the city wants to appeal, they can appeal first officially to the city arborist. And we've not done this before, but we want to make it a little bit more formal and have the citizen come back and say, I am formally appealing the process. That could be done just by simply calling 311. So we have something that's in the record. We want to make sure that we have that record. The ordinance actually says that the city arborist will investigate and respond by registered letter. And we've never had the formal appeal process, so we haven't used the registered letter, but we will be doing that in the future. If the removal is again denied, he goes out and looks at it, says no, then the citizen has a right to appeal to the tree board or the board of tree experts. They are working on, and we've been working closely with them over the last few months, they've been working on an appeals format and how they want to handle that. And then lastly, if they deny removal, the ordinance allows the citizen to appeal to city council. So we are putting together a package, an appeals package we can hand to citizens.
Hang on just a second. Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Bigelow, the person who goes out to check the tree is not necessarily the city arborist. Is that true?
That is true. We
So
have people who are trained and certified.
In the process, if this staff person who's not the city arborist goes out and says, no, this is not something we deal with, then I can appeal to the city arborist.
Correct.
And if the city arborist says, no, it's not something, I can then go to the tree board.
Correct.
And if the tree board says no, I can then come to council.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I've got that sequence there. Thank you.
And I put it in here so that it was, I hope, very clear what the appeal process is. The second option, of course, is to expand the criteria at city expense. And I've heard a lot of, I don't like the roots, I can't grow grass, all of those things that are so contentious. If you were to change what's in the ordinance to allow for removal of more of those trees, then there is a question about what kind of criteria do you use, how would you want to expand it, but then also understand that there is also a cost that goes with that. And if we were to remove 600 additional trees per year, we would need 2 more crews with all the equipment they need. So we'd be looking at $1.25 million worth of equipment and about $250,000 per year for manpower. So whatever, if we open that door completely, then I think there'll be many more than 600 trees that people will want removed. That is something that would need to be considered, and we would do an estimate. If we could determine what that criteria was, we can do an estimate for what we think it'll cost. But as things stand now, we're removing about 700 trees a year, and that's all our staff can handle. I'm sorry? We had 1,400. We took down about 700. We turned down about 700. Now, again, some of those are because they're on private property. Some of them are because, for other reasons. Not nearly as many, not that full amount, if we're talking about just I don't like the roots here. Does that make sense? Got it. Okay. The third option is one that you could also consider. If city removal is denied, then the resident could apply for a permit. The ordinance already identifies a permit process, which we generally apply to businesses. $35 fee. The tree must meet nuisance criteria. And I have that definition in this presentation. Under that criteria, the citizen would remove the tree at their own expense and then have to replace the tree either on their property or paying into the tree fund for replacement. This is the definition of a nuisance that is currently in the ordinance. So any kind of endangering life, health, safety. And then here's some additional language, basically saying if you do any prune, climb with spikes, break, damage, remove, kill, or cause to be killed any tree, that's illegal unless you have a permit from the arborist. And you can't disturb or cut or interfere with any roots within the drip line. It addresses permit fees. It addresses requests and how to do that, and then says if you put trees back, you have to meet the standards that are in the UDO also.
Excuse me, Pat. Councilor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pat, is this for, Director Bigler, is this for trees that are on city property that a citizen wants to remove because
Yes.
he feels they're in the way? So if it's on their own private property, this is not what we're talking about?
No, on private property, those trees are the property of the property owner, and they can remove the trees if they wish.
Okay, thank you.
It's only those that are in their front yard that are on the public right-of-way. So 3 options for you all to look at and consider. The enhanced appeal process we're actually moving into now. We want to be as helpful as we can be within the strictures of the UDO. The extended definition would definitely require an ordinance change and additional funding for removal crews. And the residential permit option would not require an ordinance change, but obviously if you wanted to go in that direction, I think it's something that council should have a say in before we would implement such a program. Okay, second issue that's always a question, city tree driveway issues. The current practice is when we go out and we get calls, take the tree out, it's damaging my driveway, we'll evaluate the damage. If appropriate, will issue a claim letter. Now, damage, not just to the driveway, it's to the driveway apron, and the city ordinance language specifically says driveway apron. That is the part of the driveway that's on the right-of-way. The driveway is the property of the property owner, and he's used exclusively for the property owner, but it's located on our city right-of-way. In the past, the policy has been that 50% of the replacement of the apron is paid for by the resident and 50% for by the city. Our tree, their apron. The ordinance, though, when you really dig into it, specifies that we'll reimburse no more than $2,500 for repair of the apron. I've spoken with the risk manager, and that doesn't really present much of an issue for us. And so the claims process, which normally goes through 311 for repair of the driveway apron, can still do that, and she will be applying the current ordinance restrictions. Now, I went back and I counted. In 2018, we issued 7 of those letters, and in 2019, we've only issued 1 so far, where the damage is clearly from the city tree, and we've offered them that option. Now, we get a lot of calls that say the damage is from this tree, and there is a pretty easy way in most cases to define that. If the pavement is heaved upward, as you can see here, it's because a root is pushing it up. If the pavement is damaged downward, that's usually because the concrete is bad or they'd have too much weight on it or whatever. It's not from a tree roots, because it would go up if there were tree roots under there pushing it up. So a lot of times we see concave, and we say it's not tree roots. If there's a question and it shows some of both, we would investigate as needed to determine what our responsibility might be. Okay. The third topic is the large tree that's at South Commons. It is the largest known tree in Muskogee County. In 2015, tree measured out 7 feet with 97 feet tall and a spread of 105 feet. In 2016, there was some winds that caused really severe damage to about 1/3 of the crown of the tree. We've been using corrective pruning, but very, very selected pruning to try to bring the tree back. And it has responded well so far. We plan to continue this and to continue to protect that tree as it is considered a historic treasure. But this is you can see the difference in how much damage was actually done by those winds. We have the area fenced, and we are maintaining the area now inside the fence, and there is some nice signage there that describes what the tree is and why it's there. Other issue that has been raised many times is the Georgia Power agreement, the franchise agreement. And basically, there are requirements there that they report to us and tell us where they're going to be tell the city arborist where they're going to be trimming and pruning or removing trees. And if they remove trees, then they are required to put money in, either replant them or put money into the tree fund. We are required, they're sending us a weekly email so that we know exactly what they're going to be doing that week. And they provide us with an annual work plan, which is also required under those agreements. Usually, if a citizen has an issue with a tree, they'll call and talk directly to Georgia Power. But if there's a controversy, they can always, again, contact the city arborist through 311, because he has the authority to grant approval and to go back and talk to Georgia Power if he doesn't agree with what they're doing. And you can see, and I don't need to show you a lot of photos, you know what it looks like out there once Georgia Power has cut back from the tree lines. Now, canopy studies. We don't have a lot of history on canopy studies, but in 2016, there was a study done, And we know that we have 52% overall coverage, canopy coverage in Muskogee County. Looking at what we're trying to do is still find some historical studies. I believe there's at least one canopy study out there we can't locate, but I believe we should be evaluating at least once every 10 years so that we know how much tree cover we're losing. We are planting enough in the right-of-way to kind of borderline barely replace what we take down, but there's no effort to replace what's been on private property. And for example, the tornadoes we had in March of this year, most of the trees that came down were on private property. So we lost a huge chunk of our canopy that has not been replaced. And that's of concern as we continue to lose ground with development and what have you. This is where the canopy percentages are. You will notice that many of the older areas of town are the ones that have the lowest tree canopy, down around 13 to 29%. And our concern is, and should be, in our long-term planning, trying to make sure that we go back to those areas and look at those for tree canopy replacement and for planting.
Excuse me, Pat.
Yes.
Councilor Woodson?
Ms. Wheeler, thank you very much. I just had a quick question for you. In the neighborhoods that you say that the trees were taken down, they haven't been replaced. Normally where the tree is city property. I know at one point when we used to take a tree down, we used to replace it. What happened to that?
Well, we do, we plant about as many trees as we take down. But this goes back many, many more years than the history I'm aware of. We do. I will say this, though. We take a tree down in front of a home. We talk to the property owner before we put a tree back. And we give them a choice of species. Because many people, once it's gone, they don't want another one there. So we do not force that. Then we would just have them come back and be upset. And so we find other places to plant trees. But if we're looking at a lot of the white areas or the very light green areas, just time and age have taken out many of those trees. And this percentage canopy is on private property too, not just public right-of-way. And a lot of our loss has been on private property, not in the public right-of-way.
Okay. It just concerned me, like, for instance, in Oakland Park, we used to have so many trees, we were taking them down, but we're not replacing them. And you need that, that oxygen in there,
yes,
and you need.
We do.
The green.
We need to be looking at those older neighborhoods and going almost door to door in order to figure out where we can plant more trees. We want to also then develop some programs where we encourage the citizens to plant trees on their own property too. So those are programs that are part of our overall tree plan, and we do have a tree plan for the city. It's about 10 years old now. We need to get it updated, and we're looking at that, mostly just maps and what have you. But we do need to be looking at, and I'll address that a little bit, but we do need to be looking at putting back more trees than we currently are.
Okay. Well,
And
thank
taking
you.
a look at some of those older neighborhoods.
Well, thank you, because that's a big concern, you know. The beauty of a neighborhood is the trees
Right.
besides the homes.
If you read the UDO, it talks very specifically about trees reducing blight, trees making property more valuable, et cetera. And obviously, there are the health issues and the environmental issues that go with that. So being Tree City and maintaining our canopy are very important aspects of what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Just a little bit of background again. With only 21 people, we plant 600 to 800 trees per year during January through March, and we remove about 700 to 800 trees, mostly those that have aged out, but some of those are from requests where you have other issues, it's not the kind of tree we want, et cetera. But what we don't have is pruning crews and other kinds of maintenance. So we only upon request go out and do clear sight distances, low hanging canopy over streets, et cetera. And that is also a concern as with buildings, as with street pavement, as with most other things. If you're doing maintenance, things last longer. And trees respond well. As we're saying, we were selectively pruning the large tree at South Commons, and it is responding to that pruning and is coming back. We need to be doing more of that kind of work, and we currently are not staffed for it at all. So, not planning enough. We do get the adjacent citizens' approval before we plant in the right-of-way. We do have, give them some options of what kind of trees, but we're trying to make sure we have the smaller trees under the wires and the larger trees on the other side of the street. Finding places to plant trees actually turns out to be a very time-consuming process if we reach out to every single homeowner. And a bunch of them say no, and then we go to other neighborhoods, and then we talk to people, can we put trees here? With only 21 people, that's, trying to make sure we have everything lined up so we can go in and plant January, February is something we need to arrange through the winter months. We're talking to people. In addition to that, we've been working closely with Trees Columbus. They got a grant last year and did an assessment in the Lake Bottom area, and they'll be in here talking to you about that. I think they said they had a time schedule in January, but their recommendations were they identified over 200 trees that they believe need to be removed. Not all of them eminently, but still, we now have a list of 200 additional trees that need to come down at some point, and we're going back to try to assess which are most dangerous and which need to come down right away. And they've identified a location for about 900 trees that they want to plant, or locations to plant trees, which is great, but we only do 600 to 800. We don't have resources to take down 200 additional trees or to plant 900 additional trees. So we're talking to them about partnering on some future things, but we're going to have to make a decision what our priorities are as we come into the January timeframe again.
Councilor Garrett.
Director Beegler, have you talked to any private entities outside of Trees Columbus like Midtown Inc.? Because I know when the park was in such disrepair and we kept getting hit with storm after storm, they were very interested in putting private funding to help us.
I have not specifically. I believe Trees Columbus has been talking to them. They've been working with a lot of the groups in the community. And I've met personally with them twice in the last month or so to review what they've provided with us and to talk about ways we might work together. So, yes, and that's something we can add to our to-do list, certainly.
Thank you.
And, I think a collaboration with Trees Columbus, anytime you've got an organization that's volunteer funded, there can be a tremendous resource, even if they don't bring hard dollars to the table. I think there's an opportunity to grow the partnership to where they do some fundraising and they start to kind of augment what we're working on. And, we had talked to them about the idea that simply because of their existence and how active they are in the community, we were going to try to include them on tree modification, I'll call it, whether it's trimming, whether it's removal, whether it's a plan to try to put, right size the trees that are there. So just would encourage you to continue to try to find a way, because I know when we go in there and make some wholesale changes, I hear about it. They call my office, and they really do a good job. I think we just need to try to make sure that we're balancing what they're doing versus the need of the citizens. Because obviously, I say obviously, maybe it's not, at least in my opinion, the point of emphasis for us is any area that presents a danger. If you've got parks and aging trees, if you've got, I know, we've had some people talk about the trees in Uptown where those trees are aging, and you've got a high pedestrian traffic through there. Those to me seem the more critical.
And that has been a good part of our conversation with them.
Okay.
We'll continue that. Believe me, we'll continue that collaboration.
Gotcha.
And we've had conversations about what they want to be told about in advance and whatnot, so that we can work together. And that's starting that relationship is starting to
Yeah,
grow into something.
And I think in public works in particular, there are opportunities to leverage volunteers because we simply don't have the money for the manpower that we need to make a significant difference in some of these areas, everything from animal control to trees, Columbus, keep Columbus beautiful, and allow them to kind of have their head, so to speak, a little bit. It's a delicate balancing act, but because they work kind of for the city, the director does. But the strength of that organization is their volunteers, and they have to be able to continue to feel like a vital part of what's going on. So
Absolutely.
I think you're doing a good job in balancing that. I think it's just critical that we continue to do so going forward.
Our new city arborist, I asked him specifically, tell me what your major concerns were. And they kind of lined up with what we'd already talked about. We want to make sure trees that are removed during the year are replaced. We are looking at the trees on Broadway. A couple of those very large, older ones are now reaching a point where we know that they're going to have to be coming out soon. We want to go ahead and plant before we take them out. And so we're monitoring them very, very closely, but we're going to want to put in some larger trees, not just little the little small ones. We need to start planting in the older neighborhoods that have a low tree canopy. And with that canopy study, we've got some of those areas identified. We'd like to take one neighborhood working with, and this has been part of the conversation with Trees Columbus, for them to do an evaluation of, Lake Bottom is high tree canopy. Some of those other areas are very low tree canopy, and we need to balance between those two. And we also want to look at the gateways. There have been some discussions about more trees on Second Avenue and some folks who've offered to pay for them, but we have to find the right place and right trees and make sure that whatever we're doing there is done with forethought and so that we can work together and do something that's not going to have to turn around and undo it in the future. If we were doing if we were going to improve tree planting, I would like to see us at least double the number of trees we're planting every year. We can get volunteers to help us with planting. What we have to have, though, is we have to be able to water them for the rest of the year. And in order to do that, that's not something you want people hauling gallon buckets out and trying to keep up with. We would need 2 watering trucks and 2 equipment operators. Would need additional watering bags. We'd need additional trees, additional watering bags. And if then we could use, rent backhoes for the 3-month period. We could use temps or we could use volunteers. There are volunteer groups out there who are willing to help, but we have to be prepared to work with them and to have the right stuff. But all of that said, if we plant that many new trees, we've got to have the staff. And right now with the 600 to 800 we plant, we have 2 guys who do nothing but drive around and water trees all year. So we have to be prepared to do that same thing if we want to protect our investment. I will probably be approaching you with some of this in the upcoming budget submittals. So you might want to give some thought to what you'd like to see happen in the future. Maintenance, we are doing only on-call, and it's definitely not sufficient. We don't think it's sufficient, and clearly many of the citizens don't either. We need to become more proactive with clear sight distances. We need a minimum to do that of 2 pruning crews, and we don't have any dedicated pruning crews at all. And then we need to start creating routes for pruning priorities if we want to be proactive. If we wanted to do that, the 2 pruning crews would be about $250,000 a year for salaries, and we would need bucket trucks and chippers and all the things you need for work zone safety if you're out in the street. Cutting back sight distances and trimming overhead on streets, you have to have that protection. So this is some idea of what we would be looking for if we were looking at an option of adding 2 pruning crews. And that ends my presentation. Questions?
Yes, sir, a couple. Councilor Huff.
Yes, ma'am. Great presentation. Welcome to the new arborist. Hopefully they'll get you on board. I've been in line now since 2011. So it's been 8 years. The mayor and the city manager came out to a meeting we had at the church a while back, and hopefully this will move us toward the top and we'll work something out. But basically what's going on, to the arborist that has not been here in the past to hear it. We have a neighborhood where the houses are 50-plus years old, the majority. Everybody cares about their yards and everything best they can. We've had trees that the city, somebody decided to come in one day and just plant trees. No one asked. Yeah, at least 30 years ago. And it's causing all kind of damage. The neighborhood is not against the trees. We just need those oak trees gone. If you have a plan where we can get the trees gone, and you have a plan on what tree you think will go back in there, I can talk to the people and others in the neighborhood. We can talk to one another to help get a tree canopy program going there. But something has to be done, because I have the one little lady that's probably about 80 now, and we started in her house in 2011, and her driveway is turned like this now. And I watch her now get an angle to try to bounce into her driveway to get in and out. Her husband is deceased, her oldest daughter's deceased, her only daughter living comes in from Birmingham to check on her from time to time. And we have a street that's just, I guess from the concave approach, you just bounce through parts of the street where the roots are coming. The issue is, in the future, the city will not take responsibility when we start destroying foundations. And these root systems are starting to head back toward the houses now. Street part, we call the city to try to get some help. But coming back toward the houses, nobody's looking to move. Some people can't move. I'm not looking to leave. So something has to be done to help us protect the neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. Great neighborhood. And the people have been very patient over time. And we've had some great meetings. So I just hope this takes us to a point where we can get something done, because I love Columbus, but I love my neighborhood more than all of Columbus at one time, because everybody has an interest in their neighborhood. And that's the way it's supposed to be. But we need help from the city to protect our neighborhood so we can have the joy of the trees and the oxygen and everything that goes with that. So hopefully, we'll have more dialogue, we can talk more.
We'll talk more.
Coming, okay.
Councilor Davis?
And excuse me just a minute, and I was just reminded, that we did tell the people that we would take care of that and get it squared away. So please work with me, and I look forward to talking to you.
Councilor Davis?
Mayor, I think this is the last presentation on the list, right?
Yes.
Is that right? I got
It is.
one matter I need to talk to city manager real quick, but two quick points in the presentation. One, I'd like you to really look at your budget to see if possible. I mean, this year, even though we went through a drought, but it's one of those ones that was kind of disguised or camouflaged. I mean, you really didn't know you went through a drought, but we went through a drought, but we've lost a lot of trees.
We
I've
did.
seen them all over. Maybe it might be a pest disease kind of thing as well. But I've been noticing that, and I've talked to the mayor, I think, and the city manager about this, but in the neighborhoods I represent, which largely a lot of the green, a lot of those trees that have died are right on top of the power lines.
Yep.
And they may not be in the right-of-way, but they're close. And it could be a Georgia Power kind of thing, but these are pines, tall, mature pines. They're going out. They're dead. They're already dead. But if you don't get them out here soon, you know how pines get. It's going to be hard to climb them and et cetera, and they're coming over on those power lines. And I don't know how much that's going to cost to fix when they start coming down, but they're going to come down. So I'm concerned about that, and I don't know if that's a budget issue or if there's enough in the budget to deal with that, but there's a lot of them out there.
Well, there will be trade-offs. We've identified a number of locations, Martin Luther King and some other areas where we're seeing definite issues with the drought having killed trees. If there's a specific area, please let us know, because if it is dangerous, I mean, our very first responsibility is the safety of the public. And if they're not in good shape, we need to get there and get them evaluated and get them taken down if it's appropriate.
Right.
And that may mean others that are not as urgent don't come down, we'll do as much as we can. But we have to take care of those safety issues.
Right, and I guess my point is I didn't know if that was an unexpected for the year, and we need to look at that. But
Right.
the second thing is, and I just want to touch briefly, we don't need to talk about it, but it's just the enforcement side. I'm seeing a lot on the enforcement side of our tree ordinance. We do have a tree ordinance for a reason, and it does fall into play here and what we're talking about when, you know, kind of the trade-off for development and eliminating our green space is to put it back. But the process of enforcement, whether it's a year, or once they submit the plans, they get approved, et cetera, they plant the trees, I'm not seeing a good effort to try to, a lot of trees are going out, and a lot of trees are not being watered. I'm just not seeing a lot of good effort by the people who are responsible, you know, through our ordinances and all, and the landscape plans, et cetera, and the tree planting plans of putting those back. So I would like, I think the process enters into this, because that's all about replacing the canopy. And maybe sometime we don't have to talk about it here unless other council members would like to talk about it, but I mean, I'd love to have that conversation with you too about the process, because I've seen in the district I represent, there's some people who have been negligent. They've taken trees off our right-of-ways, off the city. It's the taxpayers, okay? It's the citizens' right-of-ways. It's really not ours, but, you know, ours in the sense of the city.
It's the city's right away.
And they've taken them down and they haven't put them back, and that's been years. So, you know, it just leads, every time I go by there, I'm like, you know, it's the process when it comes to enforcement, so.
Yeah, some of those,
Just a thought on
the developers
presentation.
have paid into the tree fund to be replaced elsewhere, but some of them, if you identify locations, we'll look at them.
Sure.
We are pretty aggressive in enforcement when it's development-related. Trees that have come down that we may not know about or can't pin down who might have done what, that's a different issue, but we'll be happy to have that conversation.
And I'm talking about more after a year or so. When I think we give them, by ordinance, 12 months.
That I can't address. I know that there are some
They have to keep them
specifics, and we
alive, or
do.
24 months, they have to keep them alive?
I don't know. I'll get back with you on that.
Okay, good. Ms. City Manager, quickly, you know, I wanted to give you a little update on the roundabout matter over there in our neighborhood. I'm still getting a lot of positive comments. It's great, but understandably, it's still under construction.
Sure.
And lately, there's been a lot of misleading posts, or what I would call optic illusions, being put out in the public about the usage of the roundabout is not working, you know, and we put a multi-million or $1 million faux pas in. Well, that's not true. These times that have been posted have been the contractors or the construction going on, where it's either paving, balancing up paving, meeting paving, striping, those kind of things. And yes, there's a minor disruption that day, but most of the time overall, I would think on the 2 years, well, let's just say the lifespan or the time frame of the construction of the project, you're talking probably less than 48 hours, not even 40 when you add it all up, maybe less than 12 hours of a little disruption where they just have to hold up lines. That's right. And then put paving down and then make everything right, and then they open it back up. Well, that's just to be expected, and we try to get that information out there, but I mean, these guys are moving and their schedules and on. It's hard to post some of that now, but they have got all that completed. They're still in construction, so, you know, some people are still getting used to it, still, you know, and they will, and then, you know, others are kind of set in their ways and have their own opinions, and that's okay, but for the most part, I've been getting very good comments on that. Now, with that, in some of those conversations, our DOT representative, do we have any meetings scheduled anytime soon coming up with them, or does our representative come in town often?
Well, we can always request a meeting of them, and we've done it before, and they are responsive. We had a conversation with them in recent months about J.R. Allen, and they were responsive. And so if we need to meet with them, we can always call on them.
Well, I'd like you to try to, at the first of the year, set up another meeting with our DOT rep if he's coming in, and I don't know, maybe we can handle this in-house, but it's a matter of life and death right now, to be honest with you. There's a lot of things that, we've talked about this for many years, and it's just not getting the action that's needed. And we're at a point now that I know there's some improvements coming in. I'm mainly talking about the interchange at River Road and J.R. Allen Park. Look, bottom line is, it's dangerous.
Sure.
You can't see. You cannot see. The striping is gone. There's no lights out there, and recently, because of the detours, personally, I've had to go up J.R. Allen, get off of River Road, and only to be confronted with a head-on vehicle coming that went down the opposite lane that I have to pull over on the shoulder and get out of the way. I couldn't believe it, but then again, 2 nights ago, I saw the same thing happen. You know, it was a high-dollar European vehicle pulled right in where people are coming off the ramp, just go right up in there. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But then you look at it, there's no arrows, there's no striping, there's no lights. And God forbid, on a rainy a night with inclement weather, you're flip a coin. I mean, you're taking your life in your own hands. It's dangerous. Now, I know that that's something that can be done now, but you know, we talked about trying to find a way to deal with those interchanges and moving people, and I think the traffic light is coming up. That's something that might take some time.
Yeah.
But we've been talking about this stuff for a while, and I just, you know, we can't do anything as a city unless the DOT gives us permission and approves it, but something's got to be done there. And I'd like to have another meeting with them at the beginning of the year, if possible, if that can be arranged.
We'll get something scheduled.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, while I'm talking, you're absolutely right about the construction work. Yeah, I saw pictures on Facebook with the traffic backing up, and obviously, you know, when I look at the picture, no one's making the loop, and so it's all backed up.
Well, and actually, that roundabout was shut down. You could only go one way.
Yeah,
we're doing the transitional paving, so I mean, that's the misleading part.
I was about to say it's yeah.
Yeah, I had no more than 4 hours, but you say 2 hours. I went through it at 10 and came back at 2 and was in it, and I was okay. I mean, they got us through, but yeah, it was a little waiting in line there for a little while, but at 4, it was gone.
Yeah.
It's going to work ultimately, that's the...
It will, and that's what I was about to say, Mayor. And then the other comment is to Councilor Huff and Councilor Thomas, and I know Councilor House was there, Mayor, you were there, and out at the church, M.L. Harris, and while they've made a presentation here today, there's more work that we've got to do because we've got to respond back to those constituents out there in your district, and we've got to come up with, we've got to have a way to give them some relief, and so I just want to acknowledge that.
Well, we told them we'd come back with a plan.
Yeah.
I don't think we said we come and take care of it because we recognized that we were going to have to piecemeal it because it is expensive.
Yeah.
And it's working it in among the regular daily routine that our arborists and our public works folks are on. So as long as we come back with a plan, and I think it would be good if you could come up with something for that area and for any other areas that come forward, because it's not the only 50-year-old neighborhood in town.
And that's the thing that we wrestle with. I've met with the director and the arborist. When we go back to that area, I mean, it has to be a plan that can be used citywide, because they are the same issues in other areas of the city. And so whatever it is, it has to apply across the board, and then it has to be done in an equitable manner, fairly, and to make sure that we are trying to address concerns citywide. And so I want you to know that, we'll be coming back.
And with regards to the trees and the tree fund and all of that stuff, it occurred to me when we were talking about leaving the natural buffer today, is there any, and I guess this is for a future discussion, but I just want to plant the seed, what do we do if we require somebody to leave a 30-foot natural buffer, and then they don't maintain the trees? Sometimes the roots are disturbed during construction and grading, and then over a period of 4 years or so, the trees begin to die. What do we do about that? It seems to me like it's almost better to tell them that we'll require them to plant an area of vegetation that's going to hit a certain level, because, and even then, how long are they required, because they, to be maintained? Yet the privacy that when we ask it to be placed as a condition, we expect it to go on in perpetuity for as long as people live in that area. So that's another, I think, discussion point that we need to address at some point going forward, because we could start seeing some of those come back to kind of bite us. Doesn't appear to be any more questions. It's a great presentation, though. Thank you so much for that. And I'm telling you, it's becoming more and more important as we see development to try to protect, enhance, and replace the canopy throughout our city. And I do think that with the government and then the private sector too, with Trees Columbus and other interested parties such as Midtown, we should be able to all get on the same end of the rope and pull in the same direction.
Mayor, that concludes what I have today.
All right, Mr. Byrd, welcome. All right, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. On the clerk's agenda, item number 1 is a resolution excusing Mayor Pro Tem from today's meeting.
Is there a motion and a second to excuse Mayor Pro Tem Allen? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Item 2 is a resolution approving an application that was submitted by Friendship Baptist Church for an honorary designation for Reverend Dr. Emmett S. Anneton, Jr. This is to be located at 6th Avenue and 8th Street and 6th Avenue and 9th Street. The Board of Honor is recommending approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It passes.
Item 3 is a resolution approving an application submitted by Larry and Donna Hawkins. This is for an honorary designation to place a memorial bench along the walking trail in Heath Park to memorialize their late son, Sean Alex Page Hawkins.
There's a motion and a second to approve that honorary designation. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? It passes.
Item 4 is a resolution approving a request. This was submitted by former Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Turner Pugh for an honorary designation to name the City Services Center in honor of Mr. Charles E. Red McDaniel, Jr.
Second.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, I almost hesitate to do this, knowing that this is in honor of Councilor McDaniel, former Councilor McDaniel, who was not in favor of long meetings, certainly, but even other kinds of meetings. But I would hope that when this passes, that we will have some kind of a ceremony to do that and to invite his family to come and let's make a deal. It'll have to be short, though, because it's in honor of Councilor McDaniel, who likes short meetings, so.
Well, and I've already told his family we would do just that. I feel that the length and dedicated service that Councilor McDaniel gave is along the same. It parallels Mayor Pro Tem McClung, and I know we had a ceremony in naming that stadium, and I think that's entirely appropriate. Councilor McDaniel, his son and I went through a lot of stuff when we were young. And Mr. Short kept his mouth shut. And so it is appropriate, I think, to do something. And it's appropriate that we belabor the point in his honor. So. Councilor Davis.
And thinking along those lines, I know that a few of us have talked about this for a while and just finding some that would really honor him in his service to our community. But if you think about those of you that know and serve with him, he was big on citizen services. He was really big. He's actually an advocate for this and talked a lot about it in those short meetings. He made them a little longer, Councilor Thomas. But he did talk about providing the services and was a big advocate when you think about it. I mean, he had a lot to do with this building and maybe even the name of it, I think, Citizen Services. But he was big on that, on customer service and taking care of your customers. So I think it's very appropriate. What's being done here really reflects what we used to hear all the time from him and what his concerns were, and that was taking care of the citizens and local people here.
Guarantee staff misses him, because how many times did he say, just let them do their jobs?
Right.
Mr. City Manager. Oh, I'm sorry, we hit you. Hit it again. I messed it up. Trying to get it.
Mayor, I was just going to concur with Councilor Thomas. He didn't like long meetings, and I can see him antsy now. If he was here until this time of the day,
he wouldn't be here. Yeah. He was like Bill Turner. Bill Turner says if a meeting takes more than an hour, you're not getting anything out of the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, if we could take a vote.
Oh, we need to take a vote on that. I apologize. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's right.
Item 5, this is the finance report resolution receiving the report from the Director of Finance.
Motion and second, receive the report from the Director of Finance. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That passes.
6 are minutes of various boards to be received.
Motion second, receive the minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposition? That passes.
Next, we have board appointments. We have council appointments that are ready for a vote. First, we have the Historic and Architectural Review Board, the seat of Katie Bishop. She was renominated to serve another term of office. She may be confirmed.
Confirmation.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Bishop. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposition? She is confirmed.
Next, we have Shannon Smallman. She has also been renominated.
Motion second of Ms. Smallman. Any questions or discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? She is confirmed.
Next, for the tree board, we have Sharnae Ware Johnson. This is the Keep Columbus Beautiful Director. She has been nominated to succeed Brad Huff. She may be confirmed.
Move confirmation.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed.
Also for the tree board, Jeremy Cummings was renominated. He may be confirmed.
There's a motion second to confirm Mr. Cummings. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? He's confirmed.
Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations will be listed for the next meeting. We have 2 seats that are open for nominations for the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters. For the Personnel Review Board, we also have 2 seats that are open for nominations. I'm sorry. That was for the Personnel Review Board.
Right.
My apologies. For the Tree Board, I believe Councilor Huff for the seat of William Consoletti, and we will bring that back for the January 14th, 2020 meeting. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Ms. Pelmore, I'm assuming that you are there for your public agenda. All right, you'll have, we really, technically, that's not what the 3 minutes is for, but we will give you 3 minutes.
Thank you.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, December 10th, 2019. My name is Audrey Holston Palmore, and I am residing
at the address today of 2928 9th Street, which is directly located in front of a community center in East Winton. And I would like to note that Bruce Huff is the representative of the area. Bruce Huff, I will be contacting you between today, December the 10th, and Lindsay, have you put on my 3 minutes? I don't see it here.
It shows up over there. You're at a different spot, but it's going. You've got 2 minutes left.
Okay, Lindsay, she's going to let me know when my next appearance at this agenda, public agenda, for this particular reason, which is to talk to the Public Safety Director Henderson and the members of council. Here is the, I have a leg issue today, but here is the,
You can give it to the clerk.
I'll give it to the clerk. And Lindsay, could you tell me when the next, from 60 days from today? I am here in reference to what I've been coming before council 3 Decembers, since the first one is December 2017. The second was December 2018. And this is the third, it's in 2019 for the same reason. And I want it posted up here on the view for the citizens to see. I started in 2017, went through the whole year of 2018, talking to a public safety director who's no longer with the city. And now I'm talking to Skip Henderson about the same thing. Please put this up on the screen.
Can we activate the overhead, please?
Thank you. I hope the citizens can see it. That is case report 17013-211-001. I didn't see any time.
No, ma'am, it's over there, but your time is up. You've had 3 minutes. So thank you, Ms. Palmore, and we'll see you, I guess, in 60 days.
She hasn't said when the 60 days will
Well, that you can communicate with her later.
citizens to know when I'll be back.
Citizens will probably be able to figure out 60 days. Your time is up, ma'am. I'm sorry. Your time is up. A couple other things we want to mention before we get out of here. I do want to make mention of, I'd like the citizens to mark their calendars, and I'd like all of you to mark your calendars. For January 18th, we'll have the Dream Lives event in celebration of Martin Luther King Jr.'s life. We've really made this bigger and better, frankly, than it's ever been before. It'll begin at 11 o'clock between 10th and 11th, and we'll start with a 9th and 10th, I'm sorry. We'll start with a day of prayer. We've got a very diverse group of churches and pastors that are going to be there, followed by a processional that will end down at the Trade and Convention Center. It's scheduled for indoors so that the weather won't be able to preclude us from enjoying the celebration. And there will be bands, there's an art show, there are activities for kids, there's going to be food. It'll go until, I think, 7 o'clock? 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And in fact, they've got some bands that typically appear down in the median during the spring and fall concert series. So it's going to be, it should be a great event. They'll still have the run, so they'll have that in the late morning. But we'd love for everybody to mark their calendars. We really believe this could turn into a destination event for Muskogee County. And we hope you guys will be there.
You said 11 to 6?
It goes 11 to 6. And the last thing is on behalf of the council and the government employees, we hope everybody has a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Holidays, and a very peaceful and prosperous new year. With that, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We have one. And I take that as a second.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye. We're adjourned.
Merry Christmas.